Oh, whoa, boom. I'm early. I'm sitting here going, you know what? I'm not waiting the 4 minutes because I'm got nothing to do. So if I got involved in anything, then I'd get distracted and then I'd be late and we wouldn't want that to happen because, I'm never late or anything. Papa J, who am I? Who are you? Are you having an identity crisis? It's not a good thing. Hope you didn't hit your head. No amnesia involved. I scared you. Boo. I get my holidays confused sometimes and I think it's Halloween. Hey, Steven. And the cat says hello. And the dog says, fuck off, cat. The cat meowed. The dog growled. It's been an interesting day. mm, uh, and I actually didn't know if I was going to be doing my show today because I was not feeling well at all earlier. At all. Hi, Caroline. Um, I am out of the gabapentin that was so kindly sent to me, and I've been out of it for a few days now, and just the pain in my hands is causing extreme nausea. So between that and my back hurting because it's been cold and my muscles have been locking up, so everything's all sore.
Hello.
Why did your thing say who am I? Do you not know who you are?
I've lost myself.
You're Bubba Claus.
Oh, okay.
Hi,
Ho, ho,
Bobby.
ho.
Hey, this not this kind of show.
Hey, Steven, Bobby, Carol Ann.
Yeah, so I
Oh,
was feeling like crap. Also had a bit of a panic because remember I think I mentioned on Sandy's live that I hadn't heard from my mom. Well,
yeah.
I guess Verizon decided she didn't need phone service for 24 hours or so.
Oh, lovely.
Her phone was still turned on, but there was no service to it.
Beautiful.
And then this morning, my older daughter, took the phone, turned it off. They waited like 90 seconds, turned it back on, and all of a sudden, she had all the missed calls from me came through and all of that. So,
They may have done a software upgrade, glitched it out.
yeah, I don't know. She didn't get any notifications of anything. So, I was like, yeah, I was kind of freaking out because I don't know if, my daughter, if anything does happen, my mom ends up getting sick or whatever, if my daughter will even notify me.
Right.
So I was kind of like, we need to make some kind of contingency plan for this, which there really isn't one because the only one that would know is my daughter and my aunt, maybe, but mostly my daughter. And if she doesn't notify me, then I will not know. But yeah, so she came over this morning
Mm,
and got another load of laundry done for me and did some more cleaning and whatnot. But I was not feeling it at all. I actually had her leave the clothes in the dryer.
yeah.
It wasn't stuff that I use currently. It was just clothes that were laying around that the cat ended up actually peeing on. Bitch
Mm,
cat.
beautiful.
Um, yeah, having cats is lovely. And so it wasn't anything that I needed back in my room immediately. So I just told her, I was like, look, just set the dryer and let it go. I was like, I need to go lay down. I felt like I was gonna throw up. And then she sprayed this roach spray stuff and the smell from the spray almost sent me over the edge. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm like, I'm nauseous, mom. Please don't spray poison in my vicinity.
Right.
Mm. So she did bring me a rotisserie chicken though from Walmart, so that was nice.
That's nice.
Hmm. And chips and Pepsi. I'm like, I love you, mommy. Oh, and I have to show you. I did get it cleaned up a little bit. I'm not done with that, but I did get that one of the one piece that I told you I had made two. I soldered two things. Um, The one piece came apart. The solder didn't hold, but the other
Right.
one did.
Hey,
And
Bonnie.
huh? Hi,
Say
Bonnie.
hi to Bonnie.
So instead of trying to show everybody what it looks like and having my camera be crappy, I took a picture of it.
Mm,
So
okay.
I'll show you what it is. I'm not done with it now. I got it cleaned up a little bit and got all the fire scale and stuff off it.
Okay.
There we go.
Cool.
Yeah. And see, there are 3 little initials on there. So if anybody knows anybody with the initials SCB, that might be going to them. But yeah, so I soldered the bird onto the circle thing, and I'm gonna put a black agate in a little bezel cup.
SCB. I wonder who that could be.
SCB. Yep.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna put a little black agate for an eye. It's one of the only stones that I have that's small enough, and it's grounding and protection and things like that. So, and I mean, it's kind of banged up. The metal's not in the best shape. It is a practice piece to get me back in the swing of it, but I figured I might as well gift it to somebody, my first piece when getting back, And I went with the first stamp that I grabbed was the S.
Yeah.
So then I had to find somebody whose initials matched the rest of it. So I
Hey,
did.
Roy.
So that will end up going with somebody. Hey, Horizon. What's up, my favorite hyper monkey?
Susanna.
Hey, Susanna. Susanna, it could? Well, look at that. Well, there's a coincidence, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think I know somebody else that's SCB.
You do?
Yeah.
Who?
I was thinking it was her.
Well, she just said it could be me, Susanna Constance B.
Right. I was thinking it was her.
Hi, Susanna.
Kodi,
Hi,
Yes.
Susanna.
it's definitely, those are my initials, SCB.
They are?
Honest to God, that is my initial. That is so funny. I'm
Wow.
sitting here and I'm like,
What a
SCB, that's
coincidence.
me.
And
Coincidence.
I seem to recall somebody saying that they like copper.
Oh my God. What a coincidence.
What a kiss ass.
No, I swear to God. I will send you
Wow,
my,
and-
my initials birth certificate and to show you.
Kiss
Yeah,
ass.
and Tina, how the fuck are you? All right.
I'm fucking great. I'm getting ready to bring up the fucking Christmas tree.
Woohoo,
boy.
Christmas tree.
Finally, I have everything else up.
Hey, you know
Everything
what?
else
This is
is up.
Susanna. This is what
You're gonna
happens.
punch me?
This is what happens when you put the dartboard up and you take it down. Your Christmas tree gets delayed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is. I know. I know. I know. All right. I don't want to monopolize the time, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I am so freaking stoked on that.
Oh, it's just exciting.
It is. It's like, oh my God, it was meant to be.
I'm glad I came home from work.
Well, I'm glad you came home from work too, because I love you, Tina, and I love you, Susanna.
I love you, my Kodi. Were you sleeping this morning? Because you weren't.
Well, my mom was here. My mom was here this
Oh.
morning, and I wasn't feeling well at all. My mom actually left sooner than what she normally would, and I went back to bed.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
You feeling a little bit better?
Yeah. Well, I had my compression gloves on. What it is my hands hurt so bad that it's causing me nausea.
Yeah.
The pain is severe. I mean, it feels like my hands are on fire. So, I can't touch anything. It hurts. So working is fun. But yeah. But yeah, I cleaned that up today, and I'm gonna put the stone in for the eye. And I don't know when I'll be able to send it to you, but it is already designated for you. So
I'll pay the shipping on that thing.
you will not.
Yes, I will.
You will not.
Okay.
I will too.
Hey,
You
what are the compression gloves for?
What are the compression gloves for?
Oh, because of the neuropathy in my hands. If I have
Oh,
something
okay.
touching my hands like gloves, it seems to make the pain a little less.
Mhm.
So in order for me to get any kind of rest or sleep at all, I have to wear the compression gloves.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm a zombie because I sleep for like 10 minutes every 36 hours or so, and it's terrible. Yeah. It basically feels like I've dunked my hands in hot lava.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Tina
Not fun.
wants to know, where did you get those?
Amazon.
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 Okay.
Yep. They're copper compression gloves. I actually need the ones that don't have the full fingers in them so that I can wear them while I'm working. Because those I got the full fingers on them because I'm needing to use them for sleep.
Oh,
But
okay.
if I want to be able to function like type or anything, because I have short fingers, so I can't type with them on because the tips of the gloves are too long. And
Okay. Yeah.
they're all on my list. My list is huge. I have a huge list of things that I need. But yeah,
Alrighty.
I hope you like it when you see it in person.
I know I'm going to love it. As long as you make it, I know I'm going to absolutely love it.
Aw.
So sweet, I want to bath.
Oh,
Well, that wasn't meant to make you sick, Tina. I'm so sorry.
right?
Oh, you guys are just so sweet today. I can't even stand it.
I've only been on for like 7 minutes. Not
All right, I'll give you time to warm up then.
all right. Thanks. That's wicked pissa of you.
No problem. No problem. Wicked pissa.
Wicked pissa.
All right. I'll leave you guys. Have a good
All right, honey.
time.
Have fun decorating.
Have a good day.
But I have you on my TV. I'm watching and listening.
Okay.
All right. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you.
Bye.
Damn, that means we can't talk about it. She can hear us.
Yeah. She probably wasn't supposed to see that the first time.
Oh, yeah, that was why I did it. I know she watches. That's why I did it that way. See if she'd noticed that they were her initials. I'm horrible at keeping secrets. I really am. Well, I'm good at keeping other people's secrets. I'm horrible at keeping my own. Like if I get something that's a surprise for someone, I always end up telling them what it is. So yeah. So there's that. The other thing that I did was a copper circle with a little brass square on it, but I don't think I heated it long enough. Because it stuck together until I put it in the pickle. And while it was in the pickle, it came apart. So, and the solder is kind of like sandpapery, and it stuck to the brass, but didn't connect to the copper. So I think I just didn't heat it long enough. I shall sand it down and try again. I gotta up my game though if I want to make my grandkids something for Christmas. Don't have too much longer to work on that. Bubba Claus, Santa's redneck cousin. Bobby, you the best secret keeper? Yeah. I'm good at keeping other people's secrets. I am. I don't even charge to keep secrets. Well, that's very nice of you, Bobby. I'm sure people appreciate that. I don't know. I don't know why I can't like not tell people things if it has to do with me, not if it's somebody else's secret, but
Yeah.
you know. Because I mean, let me tell you, when I was living up in Massachusetts, I was hanging out on the CB. I knew who was doing what and with whom and how often and where, and holy crap did I know a bunch of crap on everybody up there, but I never said a word to anybody because it wasn't none of my business to be letting people know, although I do not approve of people cheating on other people, but you know, If your significant other basically tells you they're going to have sex with somebody else and you just sit there and do nothing, that's on you. Okay, I got no control over that stupidity. I'm like, whatever, you know where they're going. And they're like, nah, they're not really doing that. I'm like, if you say so. I'm like, whatever. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Brad.
But when I get surprises and presents and stuff for people, I mean, I suppose it depends on what it is. But I don't know. I don't like secrets. Like, I don't like to keep secrets of my own, like not tell people stuff if I get them something. I actually just give it to them early. Like, screw it.
You didn't make it to Sandy's last night.
I did not. I was I crashed. Like, I haven't been feeling well, so
The garnet pendant
yeah.
she did as a giveaway.
Oh.
You
Just
could
tell
have
me
had
the number wasn't. Just tell me the number wasn't anywhere near 22 or 42.
No.
Okay. Good. Then I really would have cried because that means I would have won it. Chocolate, Bobby. I like chocolate. Cadbury chocolate specifically.
Yeah.
If we want absolute specifics, I like UK Cadbury.
Right.
I prefer British Cadbury over American Cadbury.
Cross the pond and get the good stuff and bring it back. The Cadbury on our shelves is yucky.
I mean, it's good. It's just milk. I like milk chocolate better. I mean, the Cadbury we have is good. It's just not as good as UK, But it's better than a hell of a lot better than Palmer or that other crap that they call chocolate. That's not really chocolate. It's some kind of brown chemical garbage. Elmer, I think, is the other one. Elmer and Palmer. Those things are horrible. Candy cane kisses. Yeah, I like Hershey hugs too. And I like Dove chocolate. And Lynn.
Ron.
Hi, Papa Ron. Oh, here we go with the Smurf invasion again.
Yep. It's time for us to take over. We're both here.
Yep. Oh. So this live, I don't know how long this live will go, but by the time I do my next live, I will be on free StreamYard again. Yeah. So I won't be able to do really long lives if I want to be able to do multiples for the next 30 days. So just letting everybody know, heads up, I probably will not be able to do a very long live on Christmas if I'm able to do one.
Do shorter for now, save up for Christmas.
Huh?
So do shorter ones for now to save up for Christmas.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but I've never really liked almonds. They were not my favorite, and now I can't eat nuts. So I used to love chocolate covered peanuts, like chocolate covered, peanut M&Ms and stuff, but I can't eat them now. So. My mom used to love those candy coated almonds that you get at weddings that they put in the little, like, organza, wrapped up in little pieces of organza or whatever.
Yeah.
My mom used to love those things. Turtle candy, yeah, I remember those. Can't eat those either. Yeah, Jordan almonds, yep. So has everybody discovered that you can click the 3 little dots next to someone's name and go to their channel again?
It still doesn't work on any of my devices. I don't know what's up.
Wow, it works on mine.
I got the latest upgrades on all my devices, and it does not work.
I haven't upgraded a damn thing on my computer in probably a couple of weeks, but on my YouTube, like I always have my YouTube chat popped out, and
So maybe it's working for people that have never upgraded in the last several months
maybe,
since it last
maybe.
worked that way.
Because I can, and I thought maybe it's like people were saying to Victoria this morning that maybe it's because she's on a live and she can't go to their channel when she's the one running the live, but I can click on the three dots and the very first thing at the top of the list is go to channel.
Huh.
So I've had it ever since someone mentioned it a couple of days ago. Yep. I'm glad they put the feature back, though. I hope everybody is able to access it soon. But I'm glad they put that feature back because it was really a pain in the ass. I mean, that's why everybody started dropping links in chats and stuff.
Yeah, see, I'm trying it on another live that I'm not on right now, and it still just gives me report and block.
Yeah, nope.
It's weird. Oh well, no biggie.
Like as the host channel, I have go to channel, replace pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, and remove moderator.
Yeah.
On my YouTube. So I have the power.
Cool. Well, you might want to remove me as moderator because I'm getting ready to do some crazy shit.
Well, you know what? That's what this channel is all about. So why would I want to do that? If you can't do crazy shit on Kodi's show, there's no show that you can do it on, all right? You don't have three dots anymore? Oh, but if you click on someone's name, it has go to channel. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you're on your iPhone. Okay. Yeah, see, I only use my desktop right now, or my laptop.
So maybe
right
it's
now.
just maybe it's just iPhones that work because I've got Android. And
Yeah, I don't do YouTube on my phone, so I don't know. I'm on my laptop, and I have dots. Dot 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 dot. Gotta be careful. Put up Morse code without meaning to. Who knows what we'd be telling people?
mm-hmm.
Aliens up there listening, going, "She said what?" Because I remember when they took that feature away, and everybody was like freaking out, and like, how are we supposed to get people? You know, when people want to go to our channel and stuff, and that's when they started copying and pasting and putting links in for everybody's channel. Now you know, and it does bog down the chats. I mean, I can see putting in links for shows now, but nobody needs to put in links to their channel except for somebody who doesn't have the access to the dots. Hopefully everybody gets that feature soon so that we can. Sorry, thirsty. So we can stop putting just channel links in.
Right.
Besides, it'll give Jennifer's hand a break.
Jennifer will lose her job.
And Brad's. No, she'll never lose her job because there's always somebody with a show going on. But her and Brad drop links like they're going out of style. So hopefully it wouldn't have to do that quite as much. And that'll, you know.
Yeah, speaking of dropping links, I didn't see you there last night, Brad, so I just kind of started dropping a few. Till he showed up.
Now, see, Brad said he has iPhone and his computer and can't do it on either of them. I just cleared out this vape thing and it is not drawing well. This is the last tank I have, and I just filled it. Well, not filled, but I do not need this thing to give me a hard time today. I really don't.
Right.
Hey, Carol.
Hey, Carol.
It's going.
Oh, me.
Damn. You know, I tried cleaning out the other two tanks that I have the same way with the little piece of wire. and it didn't work on either one of them. So far, this one's been okay. I've been able to keep it relatively clear, but right now it's bogging down, and I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I mean, it probably wouldn't be so bad if I could draw easier with it, but because of my teeth, it hurts. And there's an easier way to describe it, but people in my chat will go absolutely crazy if I say it out loud. So,
Okay.
auction tonight, where? You got to tell people where it is, Brad. How do we know we didn't like? Huh?
Okie Treasure Hunter.
Oh. I mean, damn. How do you even know that?
Never heard of them.
Yeah. How do you even know we like these people? You got to let us know.
Yeah. Put a lead into the link.
Yeah, man. Give it the program, Brad. Such a hard ass.
We require information.
25 need input. Input is required.
But I've got a link that he doesn't have.
Oh, what is this competition now? Papa J getting fierce on you. There you
See
go.
like
Okay.
that? See like that, Brad?
There you go. Ooh, look at that. Papa all fancy and shit. Okie is
Okie is okay without the IE.
I know. See, I mean, I think it's great to be supportive of other people, but I do not sub to everybody that everybody says, hey, sub to this person, because I don't know if I like their shit. You know what I mean? And oh, he's on JJ's a lot? Cool.
I like that big stack of old vintage Coke bottles and the wooden cases. Got a bunch of them.
Yeah. Yeah, if this thing doesn't clear soon, I am in trouble. If it gets worse. I just tried cleaning it out again, and it's not making a difference.
Darn. Your battery getting weak or something, maybe?
It shouldn't be. I don't know. I mean, it literally is just hard to pull on it, you know? Like the air isn't getting through it.
Yeah.
But it's just I'm not getting good draws on it, and trying to draw hard on it is hurting my teeth, my lower teeth that are loose. So God, real world problems, man. Real world problems. That's how I tell you. You hear that? It's making a lot of noise. It's making a lot of noise when I do it.
Huh. You can't hear it with my fan running.
I don't know. I don't know. It's irritating me though, and I'm having a serious lack of nicotine because I can't draw much out of it. And Kodi would know nicotine and cranky is not a good plan. It's not a good plan at all. I mean, I would probably be invested in a lot more people that do auctions if I could buy stuff, but I can't. So if it's just somebody who does auctions and stuff, Hi, Lisa.
Lisa.
And I don't know, the little rebel in me, I'm always like, don't tell me what to do. You know? So when I'm on someone's channel and someone pops in and everybody's like, oh, hey, go sub to this person, I'm like, nope, I don't want to.
Can't make me.
Yeah, it's not the battery. I just changed it, and that's not helping. Fuck.
You know, if it's somebody that's got a very low subscriber count, I will. But you know, if they've got over 1,000 people already, I'm sorry.
I got connections, Lisa. I got connections. That's Bubba Claus. That's Santa's cousin.
Yeah.
This is gonna, and I'm gonna rant about it. That freaking vape. Ugh. And I don't want to see my grapes happen because I know that you sent them to me, and I've done well. I have not had a cigarette since the last time when everybody yelled at me to start smoking cigarettes again. When that carton was gone. So it's been almost 3 weeks, maybe 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I've been using the vape and I've been doing okay.
Yeah.
But if the vape's not going to work, then there's a problem.
Big problem.
Yeah, it's not working well. This could be bad. Yep, I love it, Bubba Claus. See, now Bubba Claus should be on one of your shows, Lisa. You know, Bubba Claus should have been up there with you and your sister there doing the sweaty balls thing.
Yeah, I even put on my Santa hat and was sitting here waiting for y'all to drop the link. I was going to raid you. Invasion of the Smurfs.
Yeah, he does. Here's that awkward silence that happens during my shows every freaking time.
Susie Woozy and Kristen. Hey.
Hi guys. Hi Susie. Hi Kristen. It wasn't that she needed rest. I think she was feeling that wine that she was drinking. All right. She was enjoying, what was that, like gingerbread wine or something like that? I'm like, damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Too much wine in the cup.
Wine is not supposed to be that color. Just saying. And Larry trying to tell me, oh, it's just milk. Yeah, sure it is, Larry. Sure.
Got my work link. Oh no, that's just the show share. Oh.
Well, I was actually looking at something off screen, Lisa. So yeah, I have awkward silences all the time on my channel because I just run out of shit to talk about. Or I don't have, like, if I'm up here by myself and the chat's not giving me any input, I'm like, I mean, I can tell random stories all day long, but then I lose people. my numbers go down drastically if I just start rambling. Okay, this is getting very painful. Ow. Ugh! Sorry. Now, if I rant, my numbers go up, but if I'm just rambling, they tend to go down. Yeah, well, it's more like I have to work on off of something, some kind of input, whether it's a chat or like with Papa J up here with me, I can deal with that because Papa J and I can have a conversation. I don't even care if anybody likes it or not. You know, but if I have no input, it's I get bored with it if I have no input. So, I'm like when I'm up here by myself, it's like, okay, well, this is stupid. Why am I still alive?
Yeah. Yeah. I hate it when you're just on by yourself and nobody jumps on with you and just
Yeah.
you can't hear another human voice.
Well, I mean, I get that all day long because I'm the only one here. Well, I hear
Right.
human voices yelling outside
Yeah.
a lot, but yeah, I have nobody to talk to in person, so it doesn't really. I don't need the sound. I just need some kind of interaction.
Yeah. Like the drunk guy that started banging on one of my neighbor's doors about 7:15 day before yesterday. 7:15 in the morning, drunk.
Nice.
I'm trying to look for some guy named David. I know you got your. I know you're in there. You got my money. I need it. And the apartment belonged to a sweet little Korean lady. Her name's
Yeah.
nowhere near David.
Yeah, it is. It's very hard to do lives by yourself if you've never done it. Um, Oh, there's always lag, Lisa. Between StreamYard and the chat. See, the people in chat will see the chat in real time, but the people that are in StreamYard will see things before that, and they'll hear things before that. But we won't see the chat, the YouTube chat. It won't be the same. So that's why when I moderate from the chat because I know that the people in the chat can see those right away. I'll have a package on from Lori. Really? Ooh, presents. Thank you.
Yay. More goodies.
Craft jewelry jars. Oh, she's got some pretty stuff. She does. She's got some very pretty things. Thank you. Yeah, I used to when I first moved to Lowell, Massachusetts. I was 23, and I had to get out of my mom's house because I caught her going through my mail and like literally reading my mail, my letters from people. And that was a huge violation of trust for me. I'm like, it's not your mail. It's not addressed to you. Why the hell are you reading my shit? So I ended up getting out of there. And I got a studio apartment in this building that was 3 floors. And my my room, of course, was on the 3rd floor. Yay. No elevator. Maybe, Bonnie. I usually don't work with costume, but if it's got any natural stones or anything, I would definitely definitely scab them up.
Right.
Yeah, the popcorn M&Ms, those are like M&M crack, man. Those are so good.
Mm.
I did. They're magnificent. Absolutely fabulous. And there was a guy banging on a door. Now, granted, it was a very strong drug neighborhood that I had to move into. It's the only thing I could afford. So I'm in this building, and it's not really a security building. Anybody could get in the building. And I'm sitting there. It was, I think, like my 3rd or 4th night there. And it's just, I mean, it was basically, I mean, the whole thing was almost the size of my bedroom right now, except there was a bathroom. There was another like half a room. Like for the bathroom, it was very small. And a little kitchenette, that kind of thing. Yeah. My neighbor has to bring it to me. Bonnie's package actually sat out in the rain for like the weekend before I could get a hold of somebody to bring it to me. They left it at the end of my porch on Friday, and it got poured on. The box fell apart, but everything inside was fine. So there was I don't know if he was high, if he was drunk. I don't know what the hell was going on, but he was just banging the crap out of this door down the hall from me. And I walked out with my baseball bat and I was like, what in the fuck do you think you're doing? It was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And He like looked at me. He goes, "Bitch, go back inside." I said, "Boy, I'm gonna whap you upside the head with this, and then I'm gonna throw your ass out that 3rd floor window." I said, "Get the fuck out of here!" And he was like, looked at me like, "What?" And I was like, "You have until the count of 3." And I don't feel like counting that high, so 1. And he took off like a shot. It was so funny. And the person whose door he was banging on opened the door, and he thanked me. And I'm like, "You're welcome." I'm like, "You might want to pay your debts." He goes, "Oh, it wasn't for me. That was for the person down 1 floor in the same door, but down 1 floor, the guy had got up too many flights of stairs." So I'm like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Put a sign on your door that says so and so does not live here." Then again, the guy probably couldn't read. So shit like that happened all the time, Lisa, all the time. Lisa, that's funny. You could probably make a lot of money. I mean, you know how much money people were making off of those beaver nuggets? Some people made a lot of money buying those beaver
Yeah.
nuggets. Anybody that was near the Buc-ee's,
Yeah.
they would buy them up, and other people would buy them at auction.
Yeah.
But yeah, oh yeah, shit like that. And anywhere I went, anywhere I've lived, I've had problems with neighbors. I mean, the crack neighborhood I lived in here, I used to walk outside. What I did is I had a walk-in closet, and had a 6-foot like 3-inch round dowel for a closet bar, you know, that you hang your clothes on.
Right.
So I took that on the one. I had 2 of them, one on either side of the closet. So I took one of them down, wrapped tape in strategic areas, and used it as a staff. So I would go outside when the crackheads were out there and be like, "Get the fuck away from my house now!" Yeah, it was funny because they were afraid of the dog that I had. She was a Chow lab mix, and she was very blonde and long hair and fluffy, and people around him, they were terrified. Yeah, beaver nuggets. That's what I said. They're like a crunchy corn chip combined with Cracker Jacks, from what I've heard.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be like crack as well.
Yep. They are.
Yeah. So, you know, I had this staff, and I'd go out there and be like, "All right, y'all need to move along now," because they'd sit on the house across the street from me. We had all these abandoned houses on our street, and they'd sit on the steps and smoke crack in front of my house, and I'm like, "Nah, no, move along." And they'd be afraid of the dog, and they just don't let that dog at me. I was like, "Bitch, it ain't the dog you got to worry about." And it was the other dog, Miha. When she grew up, she did chase a crack dealer off of the driveway across the street. So when the cops showed up, I said, "Hey, how fast can a crack dealer run?" He goes, "I don't know how fast." I said, "About 3 seconds fast." But 3 seconds faster than that dog right there. Because I don't think she was trying to catch him, though. She herded him over to me, apparently, so I could do something with him. I don't know. But yeah, he comes screaming like a little bitch up onto my porch, slammed into me, which I picked him up and threw him back off my porch. And looked at the dog. I'm like, "Why are you bringing him over here?" You know, chase him away, not to me. But yeah. But the blonde dog was everybody's friend. I mean, hell, my house got broken into when that dog was in my house. I comfort myself saying she was protecting the cat. You know, to hell with mom's stuff. Let's protect the cat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've always been a balls to the walls kind of person. You can only hurt me once. You know, it's only gonna hurt so much. Either kill me or don't. You know, but you better hope you kill me, because if I survive, you're dead. And I will take a motherfucker with me if I have to. I actually don't know where I get that from. I mean, my dad, when I was growing up and I got made fun of a lot, my dad was like, "The harder you hit them, the longer they'll leave you alone." And my mom was all, "Ignore them and they'll stop." One, mom was wrong. I love you too, Lisa. Good luck with the show tonight. And my dad was right. But I don't know. I mean, I grew up in suburbia America, in upper middle class, I guess. Upper middle class, yeah. Middle class, upper middle class, somewhere in there. You know, my parents had money, I didn't, but they had money. I was spoiled as shit. But I don't know, it's weird. I have an innate street sense, and I have an innate military sense, because I've never been in the military. I didn't grow up with anybody in the military. The closest I came to anybody associated with military was, well, my dad was Canadian Air Force, but I didn't know that until I was over 18. And my cousin Peter, who was actually like not really my cousin, but he was a Marine.
Bye, Lisa. Have a good day.
So, but when I partnered up with my partner Joe in loss prevention, he was giving me military signals, and I was understanding them and giving them back. And he's like, "When were you in the military?" I'm like, "I wasn't." He's like, "How the hell do you know those signals?" I'm like, "I don't know." And it wasn't just the stuff that you see in movies and like combat movies and Arnold movies and things. It was actual. I don't know. Now, I couldn't identify military craft. That was John's thing. John could hear a military vehicle, land, sea, air, whatever. He could hear it, and he'd know what it is. Oh, Carol-Ann, it needs to go away. You need to get all better.
Yeah.
Ow, cat. If you want to sleep, lean against my leg. That's fine. Keep your claws to yourself. I am not a human pincushion. Damn.
Well, that was a coincidence.
What?
Just as that happened, I was just typing in the name of card number 69 on this one set. It's called Cat's Paw. Okie dokie.
I mean, she's literally sleeping, and apparently she just extended in her sleep, and it caught me right in the hip.
Yeah.
I'm like, keep your paws to yourself. Keep your filthy paws off my silky drawers. Grease. Would you try that stuff with a net? It's funny, when I was a kid and I watched that movie, I always thought when she said, "Would you try that with a net?" that I thought she meant a net, like a woven piece of rope.
Right.
And it wasn't until later that when I started watching the Frankie and Annette Funicello movies and stuff, that I was like, oh. Papa Ron, we are not getting Carol-Ann drunk, okay? No. Lina JD might kick it out of you. Oh my God. Yeah, I have those dumb moments in my life too.
Yeah.
They're fewer and farther between now, but I have had them. Not as often as Victoria. I love Victoria. I still can't believe Kevin got her to say that this morning.
Yeah, he did.
Yep. Yeah, you're just trying to get her well. Uh-huh. Sure you are, Papa Ron.
Mm-hmm.
Well on her way to being on the floor is what you're trying to get her. Yeah, just please, nobody take horse warmer, okay? Don't take farm animal warmer.
Right.
It's not
Please
it's not
don't.
going to help you. It's could kill you. Don't do that. Why anyone would think that the two things would have anything to do with each other is beyond me. I don't get it. Ridiculous. What are you doing, Shinton? Why are you on my blanket? You have your own blanket. By the way, I finally figured out why my blanket seemed kind of small for a king size. The purple one that I had been looking for. I did buy a king size. I paid $40 for this blanket. This king size. And I'm like, why? This is not a king size blanket. Why does this seem so small? I looked at the tag. It's a twin.
No wonder.
Yep. And I'm like, that would explain a lot. No. Apparently, someone put a twin size blanket in the king size box because it was a king size box.
Oh,
My
but
mom
they
looked at.
they wanted to buy a king size for a twin price, so they just swapped them out.
Yep. Yay, Amazon warehouse or Walmart warehouse. Yeah, just don't do the ivermectin or whatever that crap is, because I mean, how anybody can. Okay, oh, dewormer is for parasites. Fleas, ticks, worms. Those are parasites. COVID is a virus. It's not a parasite. It's not going to affect it the same. So why would people think that it would work for it? I don't get it.
Well, my last UTI I had, they gave me a really strong antibiotic, and when it got here from the pharmacy, I opened it up, and on the bottle it says for veterinary use. I said, okay.
Well, that's nice. Well, I mean, there are crossover medications that they use,
Yeah.
you know, but these are for two completely different things. I mean, COVID is not a parasite, it's a virus.
Right.
So a dewormer for parasites would not affect a virus in any way, shape, or form. You know? So it doesn't make sense to me because, yeah, there are antibiotics. I mean, they give animals, you know, well, hell, they gave me the what is that shit that the tranquilizer that begins with a K?
Ketamine.
Ketamine. They gave me that when I had my surgery.
Yeah.
You know, and the last surgery I had, like for my amputation, I was like, I was coming out of the anesthesia, and you know, the doctors are standing around me and the nurse and everything, and they mentioned ketamine, and I was like, are you kidding me? You guys, I'm that big. You had to give me a horse tranquilizer. And they all started laughing. They're like, no, honey, no, we use it for people too. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, that was my first thought is, holy shit, how big am I really? You know? But I mean, granted, the first and second surgeries that I had with my foot itself, not the amputation, but the surgeries on my foot, I actually woke up during the surgeries. I started to come out of it and started to move. So apparently they moved on to something heavier to keep me under. Blue-eyed redheads, man, we process that shit quick through our systems. Yeah. So when they did the stent for my heart and they had to go in through my arm, I started waking up in the middle of that too. They had to jump on me and pin me down to continue, put me back under. I remember that. I had bruises on me in places where they jumped on me because they already had the catheter in my arm. I'm a badass. You know, when I started moving around, they're like, oh shit, hold her down.
Hey, Amy.
So, yep. Novocaine doesn't work well for me either. Most people might have to get 2 or 3 shots of Novocaine for a tooth. I have to get like 6 or 7. It does not stay effective at all. And it is apparently a trait because I looked it up. It's one of the traits that blue-eyed redheads have is we process things like that. It's why medications and stuff, I build up a tolerance to them quickly. So I've never had moonshine. I like being able to see. I didn't want to take a chance on going blind. Also up north, we didn't really, I mean, moonshine wasn't a thing really. If we wanted booze, we just stole it out of our parents' liquor cabinet.
Yeah.
I did that a lot. Apparently, I was good at it because I never got caught. Either that or my dad just didn't care. He probably figured if I was drunk, I'd leave him alone. I don't know. Yeah, we have a moonshine place here, Palmetto Moonshine. So just down the road from a bit, you can go and taste different moonshines. They have tastings and things like that. I'm like, I'm good. Oh, okay. Checked on your other computers. Oh, you have more than one computer? Well, Achita. Go-to channel is there. So some got it and some did not yet. Yeah, it's probably in a rolling process, you know.
Must be.
I'm glad though, because this way, like I said, there are some people that not you or Brad, but there are some people that will just continuously bog down a chat with the links. And it's like, look, stop that. You know, please stop spamming with the same link over and over and over again. No, that's cool, Bonnie. I mean, you don't do that, and Brad doesn't do that, but I have been in chats where they've spammed, and I'm just like, oh, stop it. Stop it. We do not need to see it every 5 minutes. You know? Although, speaking of links, people have links. Go ahead and pop them. I have no problem with that. Just don't spam me.
Right.
But if you have shows or events, or you're modding for someone, or auctions, or whatever you want to pop in there.
What makes it bad for some, like on some auctions that I've modded, when there's people dropping tons of links like that, it makes things scroll up faster and it's harder to keep track of numbers.
Yes. Well, people shouldn't be dropping any links whatsoever during an auction while there's bidding going on.
No, it's just my idea that channel links for an auction should only be the seller that's on screen at the time.
Yeah.
Not everybody that's in chat.
And the only ones that should be dropping links, but whether or not everybody is blue or not, the only ones that should be dropping any links are either the seller themselves or their designated moderators.
Right.
You know, I shouldn't be going into like Sandy's chat. I'm blue in Sandy's channel. I shouldn't be going into hers during her auctions and me dropping links when I'm not moderating for her.
Yeah.
That's just rude. It's bad manners. Hello. There are rules, people.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's common courtesy, you know. They have someone they've designated as a moderator, and that's the person that's in charge. Now, if that person wants assistance, they're more than free to ask for it from somebody, you know, whether it's out loud in the chat or whether it's in a private message. Hey, can you help me drop links? Whatever. That's on them, as long as, you know, the channel owner's okay with that person that they picked. But random people just, hey, I'm going to drop all these links and chats and shit in the chat during an auction is rude. Although most of the auctions that I go into, if there's a pause or, you know, like if there's multiple presenters and the next person up might need a couple of seconds to get their stuff prepped, a lot of the times the channel owner or whatever would be like, okay, you know, while we're waiting, if you have links you want to drop, go ahead and drop them now while there's no bidding going on, you know. Shit like that is fine, but, you know. Somebody needs to make an auction, a YouTube auction rule book or something. How to behave in an auction on YouTube. There we go. But of course, there's always going to be somebody who argues with everything, so. The other thing is going into someone's auction and saying, hey, there's this, and this auction going on right now.
Yeah.
You know, which I ran into a little bit of that controversy on Lori's channel, which I did not mean to, and I was not trying to intentionally take people away from our auction, but it had been a previous conversation, and that's all I was commenting on. But
Right.
to intentionally go in and like say hi to everybody, and then all of a sudden be like, hey, so and so is alive right now. It's like, why would you come into someone else's auction and tell people that?
Yeah.
It's rude.
Or last Sunday on Lisa's, uh, she had pulled a bracelet out of the blue box, or no, wasn't last Sunday. It was the last Wednesday, and all of a sudden, several people were in there, putting in comps for it. I said, whoa, wait a minute,
Yeah.
back off.
Now some channels allowed you to do comps. Most do not, because everybody gets their comps from different places, and
Right.
not everybody's going to have the same comp. So if you put in multiple different comps, multiple different people, it gets very confusing. If you want to know how much something comps for, comp it yourself.
Look it up yourself. Right.
Quietly to yourself. The only time that doesn't work is when they move really quick, bang, bang, bang on items, and they don't give you a chance to comp it. What did we tell you about giving some prelude to what the link is? So, I mean, because on certain items, like we use Lori as an example again, because Lori has such awesome stuff. The Tiffany ring that she has, that they made the two different kinds, and it's retired. They made the thicker band and the thinner band. Lori gives you time to comp it, and her and Kevin will even say, comp this, and you will know that you have a good deal here. And, bada bing, bada boom. But there are other channels that it's like, okay, here, look at this for 3 seconds, and then either bid on it or it's gone.
Already sub Buff Daddy.
Been
there, done that.
Pick an identity, Brad. Pick one. Stick with it. You'll be fine. Buff Daddy.
One's his phone, one's his laptop, or computer, or whatever.
And I'm randomly out of the blue because my stomach just growled and it reminded me I have chicken in the fridge. Thank God my mom did not give me lemon pepper.
Oh boy.
I know that's random, but I don't like the lemon pepper rotisserie chickens. Too peppery.
No, I don't either.
It's a classic one, so it's just regular, which is good. Because when she got me when she picked up groceries for me, and I had asked her to get the Tyson oven roasted diced chicken, and it's in like a green and kind of like a green and white bag type of thing, and it's just chunked chicken, right? But it's oven roasted and it's so good. And what she got me with the chicken strips, and they're not oven roasted, they're just cooked chicken, and they just don't taste the same. So I was really happy that she brought me rotisserie chicken. And now I want to eat. I'm like, damn, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten since like yesterday morning sometime. Hopefully the smell of insecticide has dissipated out there. Or I'm going to get out there and go, nope, not eating. Yeah, I totally railroaded that conversation off of the subject. I didn't do it intentionally. My stomach growled and it reminded me. And this is how Kodi's brain works. Aren't you glad you're here?
Squirrel.
Squirrel. Yeah. Chipmunks. I think I have chipmunks, not squirrels. Not really sure. They're all at a rave somewhere.
Yeah.
Watching an auction on one in this on the. Oh, okay. All right, that works. I only use my laptop right now when I'm able to. When I start doing videos of me melting shit, I will be setting up my phone so I can use that. Because I have the tripod, which I have to find. Oh, there it is. Found it. So I can set, because the
that was fast.
Yeah, well, I happen to be looking in the direction the last place I put it, and I can see the end of the box. So I'm like, oh look, there it is. I thought I had put everything in a box to go out there, but nope.
Mhm.
The camera is, my phone is clearer, the video, than my laptop is. So
Yeah. Well, I got my small phone tripod is right by my shelves for my rocks, where I take pictures there, and then my professional tripod is up on top of one of my shelves.
ooh, not very fancy.
You know. Yeah, I got a. Well, it's been, I think it was 2016 when I was still living with the wifey.
Hmm.
One of the neighbors was having a garage sale, and she had a professional quality $350 value tripod for, I think she only wanted like $50 for it. She ended up giving it to me for free.
Nice.
So yeah, I'll take
Well,
it.
Victoria got me this one. It's actually a combination of selfie stick and tripod.
Yeah.
Because you can use it as a selfie stick, but the one end separates into like 3
Right.
sections, so you can use it as a tripod. So
That's what mine is, but mine is one of the bigger ones that the tripod section goes way out, so it's
yeah,
really stable, and it's about 5.5 foot high extended.
nice.
Plus, it's got the little remote control that you can snap out of the base, and I like that.
I have heard of that, Brad. Vipon or Vipon, yeah, like coupon, but yeah, I've heard of that. I'm leery of anything that you can get too good of a deal on.
Yeah, like all this sale stuff on Facebook right now, it's all ripoffs.
You're gonna send me some stuff. What are you sending me? It's a little ominous. I'll send you some stuff.
Yeah, Kristen's got some good stuff.
That is my email address. So if you want to drop me an email, then I can reply to it and send you my address and things. I know, but that was just kind of random. I'll send you some stuff because we were talking about food. We were talking about tripods, and we were, you know what I mean? I'm like,
Yeah.
stuff. What do you mean?
Mm.
Oh,
Interesting.
silversmith. Ooh, cab's nice. I love silversmith crap. It's my favorite.
Hmm.
Papa Ron is still on the moonshine thing.
Yeah.
You're a little obsessive there, Papa Ron. Calm down.
Need to start mailing some of that out, Ron. Share it.
I appreciate that, Kristen. I do. Thank you. The only moonshine I like is the kind that comes from the actual moon. Aw, that's very sweet, Kristen. My mom saw the little organza bags that or organza, whatever, that Bonnie sent me. And she was like, "Oh, I was looking for something like that for your jewelry and stuff. That's nice that she sent you that." And she had just picked up one of the smaller packages of them, and I'm like, "Yeah, we got this. We got this bag over here." She was like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Yeah, she sent me a lot." She loved them, all the different colors and everything. And she goes, "Well, think you got enough purple?" I'm like, "You can never have enough purple."
Right.
Stop that! You made me yawn.
I'm sorry. Not.
So we're ending the show, so everybody can take a nap. Caroline got you reminiscing. Oh, my reminiscing with alcohol stems back to when I was. Oh my god! I remember parking my car on a fire. That was interesting. not my earliest memory with alcohol, but it was the most memorable of my youth. Because we were out in the woods. We were, having that teenager campfire and beer thing. And I went to leave, and I don't know how the hell my car got over the fire, but when I backed up, I was literally over the fire. And everybody's yelling at me, and I rolled down my window. I'm, what? I'm like parked on it. They're like, move your car. I'm like, oh. Yeah, I probably should not have been driving that night.
Oops.
We all made it home in one piece, and I didn't crash into anybody or cause any other accidents. So count my lucky stars on that one. But yeah. Yeah, they would be great for that. I could definitely see getting your essential oils in the little bags. I love those little bags.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were probably a lot of instances that I should not have been driving in my younger days, which, as after we hit the adulting age, I kind of became more aware of that. But
Yeah,
when you're young,
especially when you've drank a full bottle of Yager and smoked about 4 joints. Not a good time to be behind the wheel.
well, I actually never drank Jägermeister. I don't like it. The joints, yeah, there was a lot of hazy mornings, and I have very vague memories of many days. I remember driving all the way to Lowell. We ran out of beer. We're all high as fuck, but we ran out of beer, and me and this kid Keith, we drove to Lowell to see if we could find somebody that would buy us booze because we were all underage. And we got this guy, and he was so drunk. The guy, we picked him up, took him to the liquor store, gave him the money. He went in, he got the booze. All he wanted was one of the bottles of beer, and then he kept hitting on me. And he was like, I was 18 at the time, so this guy was like ancient to me. He was probably in like his upper 20s, 30s, or something. But to me, he was like 90. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, ew. And Keith is like, well, I don't know what else you got in to throw in the pot. I'm like, stop it. You are not pimping me out to this wacko drunk guy. I'm like, no. We got our booze though, and then we went home, and then Keith kissed me in the car and then asked me if I thought my friend would date him. I'm like, this is my life. What the fuck? Yeah. Guys would be nice to me because they wanted to hook up with my pretty friends. Story of my fucking life. So I told him no because he was a hoe. He's like, oh, come on, can you put in a good word for me? Nope. Dog. I will not. I mean, why he thought that would work, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Some weird idea, I guess.
All I can say is that he was higher than I was, okay? Now, Keith was the ultimate stoner. I mean, we could not wake him up one morning. He was supposed to go somewhere, help his cousin with something, and his cousin shows up at my apartment, and Keith is passed out. He's just out cold. And on my bed, which was weird. I woke up, I went to roll over, and I couldn't because there was somebody on my bed who had not been there the night before. I'm like, what the fuck? And we're all trying to wake him up. I mean, I've got people shaking him, jumping up and down practically on him, trying to wake him up. Nothing. And they're like, his cousin was like, fuck this. And he walked out of the room. And I was like, no. I was like, watch. And I leaned down real close. And I went, Keith, they're smoking weed without you. And boom, he went from laying down to standing up and out the door in like a half a second. I mean, there was like a sonic boom. He moved so fast. And I just sat there laughing my ass off. I'm like, after all of that, all it took was, hey, they're smoking weed without you. And he was up and out of the room. Now that is a stoner.
Yep.
That was my first apartment. That was some interesting times there. Interesting times.
Very much so.
See, this is why I'm glad I did all this shit when I was younger, because I can't do any of it now. So I'm glad I have the memories from way back in the day. You know? I can relive my wild and crazy youth. Hi, my Wendy. How are you? How's my favorite little Brit? How's the toad?
Hey, Wendy.
Oh, my hands freaking hurt. My hands hurt. Can I donate $5 to help the Daily Cause activism team? No, because you motherfuckers won't stop sending me goddamn emails on sign this, sign this, sign this. Fuck you. Sign it yourself. God. You know what's messed up is that never did that before. It used to give you little news blurbs,
Yeah.
and that was it. And for the past month and a half, 2 months, it's all been, hey, sign the petition. Hey, we need your signature. Hey, this. I'm like, okay, I'm about to unsubscribe to this shit because I do not need to be solicited for my signature every time I open my email.
Right.
It's annoying. I'm glad you're all doing great. Yay. Because, you know, if I want to sign something, I know how to look it up. Hey, Lizzie. I'm good.
Busy.
Well, I'm here. I'm in a lot of pain. I'm out of gabapentin, so my nerve pain is fully active at this point. But I'm all right otherwise. I'll fake it. Not like I haven't been doing that much of my life, right? Oh, I did get my Presidium 2 up and working. I know I mentioned this to you, Papa J, but
Yeah.
I tested that basically tray of stones that I was sent for my birthday last year, yeah. And the clear ones were popping glass. So I don't even think those are diamond because they would have registered a little higher than glass if it's a lab created diamond, you know. Yeah, well, designs when Kristen, when you run out of them, you don't have a choice. So yeah. And it's the second time, actually. Somebody was kind enough to send me some. So I had about a month and a half of pain freeness. Well, not completely free, but tolerability. I was able to tolerate and do things now. Back to my hands being dipped in hot lava. So, because I can't get to my doctor, and my doctor won't give me another prescription unless I go in and see him. So I can't get there. But yeah, I have and it's funny because I thought they were blue topaz and they're actually aquamarines, which is a very nice surprise. I have what's registering as ruby sapphire for some pink stones. So either they're very pale rubies or they are pink sapphires, one or the other. And a couple of them that were pink actually went all the way over into the sapphire range because it's ruby then slash and then sapphire, and it pinged on the sapphire part of it. So I'm not really sure if that's a pink sapphire read or if it's just in that general area. Yeah, I've got tourmaline, I've got garnet, I've got peridot, I've got aquamarine, and yeah, I've got a lot of really nice stones in there. I'm like, woohoo! But now I need to get settings for them because I don't do prong settings all that well. Hey, Maggie. Yeah, Lizzie, it pretty much feels like I've dunked my hands in hot lava. I have to keep gloves on because wearing gloves helps it helps minimize a little bit the pain. Yeah. So what's really messed up though is like where they have glass and garnet and the other stone, they're all in like a line with each other. So it's like, okay, well, which one is it? You know, I need something with a digital readout that tells me what the fuck it is. That would be nice. Because when you have a clear stone and it's registering either glass or crystal, hello, kind of be nice to know which one it actually was, but whatever. Yeah. And it's been cold in my room, so when I'm trying to sleep, my muscles are all stiffening up. I overdid it the other day when I was wheeling around making the pendant that I was making, well, working on doing some soldering. And I'm wheeling around like shit. Oh, I need this, and it's across the room, so I got to wheel over there and back and forth, make a dinner, and it's a lot of effort when you're in the wheelchair. So, then sleeping in the cold and like the blanket shifts, and your muscles end up exposed to the cold, and it locks them all up, and then you're sore the next day. Yeah. This morning was bad though. The pain got real bad. Couldn't even have my mom here as long as I would have liked to have her here, because I had to come back in and lay down. And leaving my mom alone in my house is very dangerous because she will throw things away that she shouldn't throw things away. Like she asked me today if I wanted to keep, I forget what it was, but she's like, "Do you want this?" And I'm like, or she goes, "What about this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're keeping that." And she goes, "Well, what is it?" It's mine. That's that's what it is. Lizzie, because if I turn the heat up too high, then my room gets too hot and I can't breathe. And I'm trying to conserve as much electricity as I can because I'm a broke ass bear. I don't have a lot of money for bills and things. So I have to try and keep my bills as low as possible. So I have my thermostat set at 69. It's just been colder in South Carolina lately, so it's seeping in my windows. So, yeah, it's a little chilly. Welcome back. I mean, it's not so bad if I'm moving around, but if I'm just sitting still or I'm laying down and I'm not moving, then yeah, it kind of seeps into your bones, No, honey, I'm fine. I'll be I. Yeah, I did have somebody was very kind and sent me their they don't use gabapentin anymore, so technically you're not supposed to take someone else's scripts, but I was prescribed gabapentin, so I know I can take it without having a problem, and they were very kind to send me what they had left.
That's the way people help me out. It's the same stuff and the same prescription strength. So
yeah, well, see, this wasn't the same strength. These were 300 milligrams, and my prescription is 900 milligrams.
well, I mean, as long as it's lower, if it's higher, then you got to figure out, okay, how do I split it up?
Yeah, Liz, I have it. You emailed me. I still have your email. But yeah, it's I'm supposed to take 900 milligrams 3 times a day. So
Yeah, you might want to take that out, Lizzie, before people start spamming you with email.
yeah.
Just in case.
So when the person that sent me the gabapentin, they sent me a crap ton of it. I mean, it filled up my bottle, but what they sent me was 300 milligrams, which is awesome, and it was still very helpful. But of course, it went faster than I expected because I'd have to take 3 of them to reach my prescription, which I didn't start off that way. I started off at 2, so I was taking 600. But my tolerance builds so quick that, yeah. So I took the last of them not too long ago. So now I'm back to being on fire. Yeah. It is what it is. Oh, that's Jay, Papa Jay. Papa Ron is in the chat. Papa Jay is on the screen.
Right.
Yeah. It's easy to get your Smurfs confused, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
Ron has the picture of the Smurf.
yeah.
Oh me.
Stop that.
I'm sorry.
Don't make me
Just
turn
kind of
this live around.
just kind of a tired day around here.
Yeah.
Maybe I should read my new book. Wake myself up.
See, depending on the kind of book, that might put me to sleep. I get tired when I
Well, it's
read.
written by Raymond Buckland. I don't know if
Okay,
you recognize that name.
I do.
Yeah, great big blue cover, silver writing.
Oh, I had one of those.
Yeah,
Yeah, John lent it to a girl he was trying to fuck, and her husband pissed on it, set it on fire, pissed on it again, and then put it through a wood chipper.
yeah. I found something quite interesting here. I forget what page it was on. I think it was in lesson 3 about converting my name to numerology.
Yeah.
And strangely, it comes out to 117, which is the reverse of the address that I lived for 2 years with my aunt while I was waiting for this apartment.
Huh.
Her address is 711, which is also a house that my dad grew up in back in the 20s.
Interesting.
Strange that
Yeah.
strange that my name would come up 117.
John never did replace that book. I was pissed. I was like,
Yeah.
this is what happens when you're trying to fuck married women. Their husband takes out their aggression on my stuff. Why did you lend her my book? Well, what she was interested in. I don't give a damn what she's. Let her go buy her own damn book. Bye, Ron. Sent you an email. Okay.
Later on, take care.
Have an awesome day. And the Smurf invasion moves on.
Yay.
Yeah, anytime my stuff got lent out by anybody, it always got wrecked. So
My one of my most prized books that I will never be able to get back again was a very large hardbound cover of Encyclopedia of World Religions, Cults, and all this other stuff. It covered everything.
yeah.
And I made the mistake of lending it to a nephew, and it never came back.
Yeah, I hate that. It's like,
But
you
now,
really shouldn't be stealing books on the occult if you think about it. That's very bad karma.
right. He also stole my satanic Bible and satanic spell book.
Hi, Joyce.
Hey,
Oh,
Joyce.
I have to. Hi, Joyce. Yeah, it's very rude to steal people's stuff in the first place, but I don't know. I'll tell you, the people in the South here are very strange about the occult or anything
Yeah, they are.
associated with it, because I had a bunch of Silver Ravenwolf books that, after like her first couple of books, she went totally corporate. So I ended up getting all those books as a gift, and I was like, you know what? I don't want them. So when I went to the Jockey Lot, the big flea market we had here, I had them sitting on the table. I was selling them for like $1 a piece or something. People were going, they'd come walking around and they'd see those books and they'd make this big circle all the way around the table to get away. I'm like, do you think the book is going to jump out and start attacking you? What are you doing? John and I just sat at the table and laughed at people all day. We didn't sell a damn thing, but we laughed at people all day
Yeah.
because they were just, so stupid about a book. I'm like, please.
Well, heck.
Nobody's got you duct taped to the floor, Ron. That's a whole different kind of show.
Yeah,
I duct taped someone to my wall once.
that's cool.
Yep. That same apartment when I was 18. My first apartment. He was a little shit, so we duct taped him to the wall. I was nice though. I duct taped a beer to his chest with a straw.
Oh, that was nice of you.
He was not real happy when he didn't think, and he said, "Well, I'm out of beer." And I said, "Oh, here, we'll replace it." And I ripped the one off his chest and duct taped a new one. He was like, "Yeah, well, don't be a dick, and you won't get duct taped my wall." I had very violent tendencies when I was younger. A little bit. What? Don't snort at me. What's the matter with you? Dog. Shitty dog. I've got the cat on one side of me and the dog behind me. I don't know where Demon Cat is. Wendy's little, oh, she's probably in that box with a little paper in it. I have a box with like packing paper type of stuff in it. And for some reason, Marty has decided that's her new place to sleep. So every time she shifts, breathes, moves in that box, all you can hear is the paper moving around. It's really annoying. Ow, no claws. Keep your paws to yourself. Ow. Getting acupuncture without wanting it here. Yeah, not an angel baby. Annoying. Annoying. Well, we won't know until we get to one place or the other, and nobody has come back to let us know which one is better. So, you know. I've had plenty of people tell me I'm going to hell, and I'm like, fuck going. I'm driving the damn bus. Everybody get on board. This is the party bus. And Issa used to tell us that regardless of what you have done in your life, no matter what, because Issa was fanatically weird, religion, whatever. She was her thought process were absolute. She wouldn't even entertain the notion of thinking any other way. It did not matter what you did in life. If you took Jesus into your heart before you die, you are forgiven and you will go to heaven. I'm like, so you're telling me Hitler is in heaven right now if he accepted blah 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 and asked for forgiveness? And she's like, that's right. It's like 10. I'd rather go to hell if they're letting just anybody into heaven. Yeah. She looked at me funny. I was like, motherfucker killed millions of people. Hello. Yeah. Hell. Yeah, let's let him go in there. No. Personally, I think heaven was another planet. Jesus was the name of the ship that brought us here. If you think about it, we all want to go home and we're waiting for Jesus to come back to get us. Say that? How that works? Aliens? See? Makes more sense than a lot of other shit that floats around out there. Battery dead. But yeah. I used to I get accused of being a Satan worshiper in this state all the time. I mean, if I wear my jewelry out, I get accused of being satanic. And I'm like, that's funny because there's no Satan in my religion. I'm not Christian. And they start arguing with me. And I'm like, Christianity is the only place that you find Satan. So, no, I am not Christian. Whether the positive side or the negative side, I'm not Christian anyway. So. But I did actually have a girl when I was working loss prevention. I had a girl that worked at Walmart who went to grab my necklace and say, "Oh, I love your Star of David." And I'm like, yeah, that's not a Star of David. And she's like, "What do you mean?" I say, "It's a pentacle." And she actually, her eyes bugged out like a damn cartoon character. No lie, seriously. And she started crying and she ran away. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And I had to hunt her down, and which isn't hard because I know where all the cameras are, and all I had to do was check my surveillance. But I had to find out where she was and go find her because one, she's on company time. She didn't punch out to go cry somewhere in a corner. And I was like, "What is wrong with you?" And she goes, "I'm gonna go to hell because I talked to you." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "How do you figure?" And she goes, "Well, it's because you're a Satanist." And I'm like, one, I'm not a Satanist. Two, Satanist isn't what you think it is. Stop watching movies. Like stop listening to what Hollywood is telling you. And I'm not a Satanist. Like, so it took me 20 minutes, and I didn't rat her out for stealing company time because this was absolutely traumatic for her because of the way she was raised. She was full up traumatized and thought her soul was doomed. And I'm like, oh my God, I do not get paid for counseling. You know what I'm saying? So, but I did. I had to talk to her for like 20 minutes and calm her the fuck down so she could get her butt back to work. It is not my job to run around saving people's souls. All right. But yeah, we don't like it when people touch our jewelry because most pagans will have their jewelry cleansed and their own energy infused in it with whatever, protection or grounding or whatever. And for someone else's energy, for them to physically touch our jewelry can interfere with what we've already put into it. So we don't like other people touching our jewelry. So necklaces and rings for the most part are what people charge. Some people charge bracelets too. I don't. Um, because it's too easy for someone to grab your wrist and actually touch the bracelet when they hold out your arm, like, oh, that's a pretty bracelet. They're touching the back side of it. You can prevent that with a ring. All you have to do is like curl your hand a little bit or just pull away from them. If you do that wearing a bracelet, you're going to lose your bracelet. So, but necklaces and things like that, you know, I wouldn't walk up to somebody and grab their cross. Oh, that's a really pretty cross, and just reach out for their throat. I mean, come on. It's a little bit aggressive. So, yeah, but I mean, she didn't know, and she was rather privileged, thought she could do pretty much anything she wanted. Of course, I did threaten to fire her a few days later when she was stealing company time talking on the company phone while she was on the floor. Apparently, she thought she didn't have to work. All she had to do was be in her department, and that was close enough. Yeah, no. Then she found out how mean I can be. I agree. I agree, Kristen. I mean, I don't like to touch other people's jewelry because if something happens to it while I'm touching it, I mean, let's say something is just about at that point where it's worn or somebody they bumped it and maybe, cracked it or something, and that last touch that I give it makes it break completely or fall off or something. I would feel so bad that, so I don't actually, and because I know that a lot of people infuse their jewelry with different energies and things, I don't touch other people's, but some people don't think that way, and they're more of a, oh well, I can't say, oh, I love your necklace without touching it because that person's not going to know which necklace you're talking about because they're probably wearing a gajillion. And I was only wearing one. Yeah, yeah. It's like, do you have eyes in your hand? Because why are you touching me? It used to drive me crazy when people did that when I was pregnant too. And they'd touch my stomach. I'm like, who the fuck are you? Why are you invading my personal space? Get off my kid. You know? Yeah, yeah. Lizzie, I agree, but I mean, I was at work, so you don't have a choice about who you surround yourself with when you're working. And I was working at Walmart, so there you go. Yeah, my mom is one of those kind of people. She'll be like, "Oh, I love that," and she'll grab, your jewelry, and I'm like, "Nyeh." I put up with it from my mother because, well, she's old. But I won't put up with it for someone who's virtually a stranger. My kids, my mom, my grandkids, even Talon. Talon has done that. I actually made a necklace when my granddaughter was born. My grandson and my granddaughter. I made a necklace out of polymer clay because they kept grabbing my necklace and putting it in their mouth. And one, my necklaces were metal, so I didn't want them chipping a tooth. So I made it out of polymer clay and technically you're not supposed to have polymer clay as something you put food in, but that's if you're going to put something hot in it. Basically, I made a necklace with a bead on it that was smooth so that they could gum it, and it would just have something in their hand that I wasn't worried about them ruining. And yes, I used to check it to make sure they weren't swallowing little bits of polymer, but yeah. Teething jewelry, yay! Kept them from screaming. Worked for me. But yeah, a lot of people had some really interesting ideas around here about paganism. And I mean, I have told everybody the story of the people that when I worked at the gas station and I used to wear my jewelry all the time, and I had like 13, 14 people screaming at me that I was going to hell and that they could save me and blah blah blah. And a little Baptist minister and guy came in and told them all to stop being so unchristian like and to walk away and leave me alone. Yeah, I was literally getting Bible bashed. I was expecting them to actually start hitting me with books. Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Yep, it's true. We call them energy vampires. People who sap your energy. Yeah, energy vampires. And there are some people that are so good at it, even if they don't realize they're doing it. They're just so proficient at sucking up other people's energy that the people that are around them actually get physically sick. It's not good. Not good at all. Because not everybody who does that knows that they do it. My godson, Alan, he's a little succubus himself. He's a little energy vamp himself. He is so hyper that he just pulls all the energy in an area towards him. So everybody around him gets tired out so quickly. He's exhausting. He is absolutely exhausting. I'm glad that he's doing track and things. As far as I know, he's still doing that. I have not heard from her in a couple of months, so I don't know how Talon is doing. She's supposed to get married this month too, from what she had told me before, and I haven't heard about that either. Talon's mom, but yeah, I miss him. I miss him a lot. But Talon is also one of the only people that is allowed to touch my jewelry. John was allowed. Issa was not, because Issa's a sucking void. You just don't want to get near if you can help it. But Talon was, and he used to grab my necklace all the time. But he would do it even when he was a baby. He would do it so gently. It's like he knew. So he would just hold and go, "Wow, I like your star, Auntie," and I'm like, "Thank you, honey." Um, he's just so sweet. My early 20s, I came to the belief in reincarnation. To my sister, you would have thought I danced naked with the devil himself. She was beside herself and berated me every time she saw me. Yeah. You know, the belief in reincarnation is older than the belief in the Christian God. So tell your sister to strip and start dancing. Yeah. It's amazing, and it's so real for those people. They cannot open themselves up to the fact that they might not be right. That there might be another way. I used to have discussions with John's uncle Alan, who was at one point a theology professor at a California college, and he was like, "Well, what's going to happen if you're wrong, and there is heaven?" I was like, "Well, according to the Gideons, you reach heaven by living as Jesus would live and being the best person you can. So by those rules, I'm good. I'm not intentionally cruel to anyone. I don't intentionally deceive anyone. I don't lie. I did when I was a kid. I admit that. I used to tell some whoppers when I was a kid, but it's the only way I could get to do anything because my parents were so strict. Um, I've never cheated on anyone. You know, I don't even cheat at cards. So, you know, and I said, "But what happens if you're wrong?" And he was like, "Well, hell, I never thought of that." I'm like, "Uh-huh." But because see, in my belief system, there's Summerlands, which would be the equivalent of heaven. And there's purgatory, which is not really the equivalent of hell, because hell, you go, you suffer forever. Purgatory, you go, and there's certain Hades sets certain time limits for how long you have to pay for whatever sins that you've done. Like, I'm sorry, but Hitler going to be in purgatory forever. Okay, because there's no way for him to atone for anything. But lesser, and we don't really have sins, but for the conversation's sake, we'll call them that. Transgressions against humanity or animal life or planetoid, whatever. There's certain time limits, and once you've pretty much done your time and paid for whatever wrong you've done, then you're able to kind of transfer over to the Summerlands. So there's redemption in there. Whereas with, Christianity, you're either going to one place or the other. And if you go to heaven, you can get shoved down to hell if you fuck up. But if you go to hell, you're not getting redeemed back up. And I mean, it's a crazy system. So it's ruled by fear, and guilt. I mean, come on. If there's any Catholic people in here, you have to be honest and say that the Catholic religion is ruled by guilt. Kay sells stuff. Oh, that's Lori's daughter, right? Kay sells stuff. Yeah, I subscribed to her the other night. So I mean, I don't really subscribe to any one religion. I'm more spiritual than religious. Because having a higher power, having something that gives you the strength to get through your life and to deal with the things that you have to deal with is great. It's when you add religion and strict, structure, and you have to do it this way, and you have to do it that way. That's when you run into problems, because then if you don't do it the same way as other people, they get mad. I mean, how many people have died in the name of religion? You know what I mean? They've waged entire wars over who worships the religion the right way, or whose religion is correct. How stupid is that? So yeah, yeah, yeah. And some people, they take it to such heart, and for them it's fine, but when they start imposing it on everyone else, it's not good. It's not good at all. I mean, my mom still thinks that my paganism is a fad, a phase, and I started when I was 14, and I'm 52 now. So that's a hell of a phase. Like, well, shit. Yeah. And I'll tell you, one of the things that turned me away from the Christian religion, I actually started thinking outside of that little Christian box when I was 9 or 10. It was right before I got kicked out of Sunday school and couldn't go back to church anymore. There was the Jim Jones tragedy in Guyana, and our church, we all got pulled up and watched the video on it that was sent out to all the churches, the film, and the government people that were killed there because they were going to report on what he was doing and all of that. And then the footage of, I mean, dead babies that were fed arsenic in their bottles. I mean, I was absolutely horrified that people could just blindly follow someone like that in the name of religion. And I'm sitting there, 9 or 10 years old, and I'm sitting in a church surrounded by all of these people that are following one man like that. And I'm like, oh crap. I'm like, that could be done in any type of situation. And I was like, no, this is definitely not for me. And I started exploring other avenues, which was not easy when you don't have computers yet and you're 9 or 10 years old. Your stuff pretty much gets inspected every time you come home. So trying to get things under the radar with my mother was never easy, but that whole Jim Jones thing, that freaked me out. It really did. That people could blindly, kill their own children. I was absolutely horrified. I mean, I was 9 years old and I was in tears sitting there just like, wow. And he was never found. The guy that acted as his body double was found dead, but Jim Jones himself was never found. Yep. Be all Kool-Aid. Yep. But if you think about it, Caroline, wine or juice is used to represent the blood of Christ in all Christian religions. So whether it's Kool-Aid, wine, or grape juice, you know. So I don't know. Yeah, that was absolutely horrifying and traumatic to me when I was a kid. And, I didn't associate it with just Christianity, though. It was any religion that calls for that kind of thing that would happen. What if somebody doesn't disagree with you, you feed your baby arsenic? What the fuck? You know what I mean? You're gonna lose your 9 million wives, half of which are underage teenagers. Let's kill everybody. No. I mean, seriously, he used that as a way to get underage pussy, is what he did. He was a pedophile, big time pedophile. And researching other religions, when I started researching Wicca, and I read about Gerald Gardner and saw his picture. He was not an attractive man, yet he created a feminist religion, which now is branched out. It's not just females, but original Gardnerian Wicca was feminine empowerment. It was based on the feminine, and it attracted women. Most of the rituals had to be done skyclad, so you had a bunch of naked women and Gerald Gardner. Now, gee, why do you think he created it? You know what I mean? Oh, your father's from Guyana. Yeah. Yeah. And see, there's that too. The devil comes in many guises. Yeah. Sex and young women. Yeah, the hills have eyes, definitely, yeah. Well, I mean, that's where Charles Manson made his home, was out in the desert, wasn't it? His little group of followers. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Let's go kill pregnant women. Yay. And then blame the black people. Woohoo. Sounds like a good time. Some seriously crazy motherfuckers out there, all in the name of some kind of religion, which is why I think religion works for some people. I personally, the spiritual works for me better. And I don't discount anybody. I mean, if Christianity works for you, Judaism, Hinduism, whatever ism works for you, and it gives you strength, more power to you. And I'm glad that it works. However, that compassion for me stops when you start pushing your beliefs on someone else. Your mother was Irish. Interesting combination there. Guyanan and Irish. Did you have to look for wee little leprechauns when you were younger? Kidding. Sorry. Couldn't help it. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Huh, I've never heard of it. Here in the desert, 30 minutes from you. Creepy place. Well, I mean, the desert's got a very long history, It's got a long history. Oh, that's why you said she was Irish Roman Catholic. Yeah. There's some serious guilt right there. Brought up by nuns. Ugh, what a horrifying thought for me. When I was a kid, I had serious problems with authority figures, man. I would not have done well in any kind of Catholic setting. I mean, there are all kinds of, and you got to remember too that our deserts and things, even before modern man, there were other, like pre-modern, different types of cultures and things that lived on the land before, indigenous Native Americans, and which I hate that term, but American Indians, and things like that. There were other beings, other sentient beings that lived here, and who knows what the hell they were getting up to, So there's always good and bad in any aspect of every culture. So I mean, you can have 100 Christians in one room, and I can guarantee you at least 3 of them are going to be pedophiles. Same with any other religion, Same with any other group of people. You could have 100 executives in a room. I guarantee you there's going to be at least 3 pedophiles or 3 rapists or, 5 people that have beat up some kid that they didn't need to beat up. You know what I mean? There's always going to be a bad aspect in any walk of life, in any religion, any walk of life. So you can't say that, everyone from one group is bad. You can't, there's no way to do that. And I would never do that. I mean, I have known some Christians that were absolutely fantastic. I mean, I know a lot of them on YouTube that have been amazing for me being friends with, and I met a whole group of them and a whole group of Baptists in Florida that were incredibly special, and they will always hold, a place in my heart. So it's not, I do get treated badly by a lot of different religions if I'm wearing my jewelry. The thing is, though, if I'm not wearing my jewelry, nobody ever knows. And I actually had somebody that was like, "Oh, I can't be friends with you now," and I'm like, "Why?" And they're like, "Because you're pagan." I'm like, "You've been friends with me for 5 years. I hate to tell you this, but I've been pagan the whole time." And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "What? You think I just turned pagan yesterday? What the fuck?" I'm still the same person. Mm. I can't agree with that full on. I mean, well, I wasn't there when most of those started. Muslim is a very ancient religion. Um, and I mean, the ways of the old gods, it wasn't a cult. It was their faith, their practice until Christianity came around and everybody told them it was wrong and started killing them for practicing their own beliefs. Oh, yeah, I get it, Caroline. Yeah, I can understand that. Nuclear testing messed up a lot of places. But I mean, personally, I think that, if you look at the old religions, whether it's Egyptian or Norse or Greek, and Greek and Roman were basically the same gods, they just had different names for them. Um, American Indian, and in other parts of the world too, they all have very similar origin stories. Um, and I think one of them was a jokester and said, "Hey, I bet you I can make all of these fucking people believe that there's only one God." And he set out to do that. And look what happened. But I just think if people just find their strength within themselves, you don't need a building. You don't need to go have somebody tell you how to worship your higher power. You know, yeah, nature and paganism are more closer to our nature. I agree, but that's probably because I'm pagan. Um, but it is, and we don't. People are like, how can you worship nature? Well, no, we don't worship nature. We honor nature as best we can. Um, I would love to be, have very minimal waste and not use plastic and things like that, but effectiveness for me is not happening. I mean, it's hard for me to do dishes, and my plates, the 2 plates that I do have are heavy. So with my hands and all it, I have to use paper plates. It's just a thing. I
Damn,
would
I
love
did it again.
have you been talking while you're muted?
I've been talking for a long time. So why is she not saying anything? Oh man,
Hey, Papa, you were muted.
I guess I was.
But yeah, I mean, if we don't take care of the planet, eventually the planet's going to burp and we're all gone. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we can already tell by the way that storms are getting stronger. They're getting more fierce. They're getting more frequent.
Yeah.
That the planet is getting tired of the bullshit we're putting it through.
Yeah. Yeah. Like last winter, Washington State and Oregon, all them were having 70, 80-degree temperatures, and Texas was having blizzards.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's chaos right there. Texas having a blizzard is absolute chaos.
Oh, it was. I do not want to go through that again this year.
I don't think anybody in Texas wants to go through that again. I mean, blizzards when you live in the north are normal.
Yeah.
You know, that's why people were like freaking out that, you know, New York had like 3 feet of snow at one point. I'm like,
I mean, I can deal with the blizzard as long as we don't lose power.
yeah, well,
I'm
Texas's electrical grid and their pricing and all that made it very difficult for people as well.
It sucks. Supposedly they say it won't happen this year, but we'll see.
Yeah. Carol Ann said nuclear dust still blows. They think John Wayne stomach cancer was caused by the dust when he would film his movies out here. It's possible. Do you know that almost everybody that was on the Little House on the Prairie set got some form of cancer, leukemia, some kind of sickness, because the land was radiated in one part where they used to film.
Right.
On the land, it had a lot of radiation, and a lot of that cast got sick. God, I love that show. Laura Ingalls was my hero. All right, Kat, you're going to get evicted if you don't stop clawing me on the butt with your damn nails. Ugh. Yeah, I still think we're going to have Godzilla show up somewhere from all that nuclear testing. You know what it affected the lizards, man. We're going to have a real life Godzilla at some point. But yeah, I just Yep, half pint. And her lemon verbena. Giving Nelly hell. Hell yeah. But seriously, I mean, if we don't take care of the planet's not going to take care of us. So, you know, I don't care what your religion is, it's not going to do you any good when we don't have a planet left to live on and we all die.
Yeah, we're killing off the bees, so there's no pollination. There's not going to be any food, and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
So. Anyway, it's time for me to move along, folks.
Are you leaving me?
Yeah. Having troubles keeping the eyes open, staying focused.
Well, you know, if you hadn't been muted. All right.
Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Have a
Bye,
good
Papa
day.
J.
Talk to you later. Bye, everybody.
Thank you for coming, even though you were muted. And now it's just me. Yay. Yeah, I love Laura Ingalls was definitely my hero, and I wish that I had a dad like Pa, you know. I didn't, but I wished I had. Of course they are. Of course they are, Lizzie. I mean, that was I'm fully ashamed of the fact that we did that to those people. I am. That kind of shit should have never happened. A lot of shit in our past should not have happened. But hopefully they learn from it and don't do it again. Yeah, Michael Landon, seriously. Man, I cried so hard when he died. I really did, because it was like losing a dad. I had watched him as I grew up. I watched him on Little House on the Prairie, and then I watched the Angel show he was in, different movies that he was in, and so when he died, man, I went in the morning. I did. It's horrible. Yep. What are you looking at, nosy pants? Oh, your boyfriend out there? Is your boyfriend out there? Don't look at me like I owe you money. You know you're staring at him. My dog is staring at the Rottweiler next door. My dog is a little hoe. She's fixed though, so she's just a wishful hoe, I guess. That's right. I believe he's fixed too. So it's a romance that would go nowhere, but I was not. People that are that big often have heart problems. Oh wait, Michael Landon was Little Joe. Yeah, never mind. I thought you meant the big guy. Was Dan Blocker. Dan Blocker. Yeah. You know his son looked just like him. Dan Blocker's son looked exactly like him. It was amazing. I feel so old now. Like, damn. I want to be the I have no idea what you're talking about age. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Yep. You know who else I got upset at when he passed was Ben. Was Grizzly Adams, Dan Haggerty, and Ben the bear. I loved shocking that I loved a show with a bear in it, right? I loved that fucking show. It was one of my very favorite shows. And I think that's one of the things that started my love of bears is I wanted a bear. I wanted to hang out with a big bear like Ben. Yeah, I'm 52. I'm not springing anywhere. I do have chicken in the fridge, though. I will be eating that in a little bit. Mm. Yeah, Grizzly Adams and Dakota, who is actually a Mexican actor, I believe, that played Grizzly Adams' Indian friend. I believe he was actually Mexican. A lot of times Mexican portrayed Indians, which kind of sucks because I'm sure there were some really good, American Indian actors they could have used, but prejudice. Hello. 59. So see, you're not that much older than me. I'm getting a headache for trying to draw on that damn thing so hard. Either that or it's nicotine withdrawal because I'm not getting that much off the vape. And I guess at least the juice will last longer. Yeah. Oh my God, I couldn't stand Nellie and her mother. I wanted to slap Nellie so bad when I was a kid. Now, I liked her when Nellie got married, when she married Percival. And, they got together and she all of a sudden became a nicer person. Then I liked her. Her mother was still iffy though and out there, but the two of them when Nellie was a kid, man, nope. And poor Willie always getting blamed for everything. Okay, I think I've established I watched that show way too much. Oh, and you can't forget Manly later on in life. Manly. Yeah. Yeah. No, she did her job well. She really did. They all did. I'm also I'm empathic. I can not only feel other people's emotions if they're near me, but I can feel the emotions that people are attempting to portray. Like if I'm reading a book, I feel the emotion that the author is trying to get across. And in movies and stuff, I can feel the emotion that they're trying to convey through acting and whatnot. So yeah. needless to say, a lot of movies become triggers for me because of the emotions. I just start bawling my ass off, and it's not pretty. Definitely not pretty. Sorry, I'm reading something. Carry on. Just talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Okay. I will reply to that in a little bit. Yeah, apparently, Lizzie, it's just me and you. Well, there's 10 people apparently watching, but just me and you talking. Yeah. I've actually only been live for 2 hours. Weird. But given that my stomach is growling and I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna have with. Oh, Wendy's still there. Yay! I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna have with the chicken. If I want to go through the effort of making a thing of potatoes, I mean, nuking vegetables isn't that big of a deal. But I can't just have chicken and vegetables. That's boring. Got to have some kind of starch with it. So might do the potato thing. I don't know. Or I'm just gonna eat chicken. Say fuck but fuck the vegetables. Well, I don't know. I'm hungry though, and depending on how hungry I am when I get out there will depend on how much effort I make because it does take me a while to get everything done because I got to wheel back and forth, but I can only carry so much at a time and I can only do certain things in certain ways. So depending on how I feel by the time I get out there, it might just be throw the chicken in the microwave and nuke it until it's warm and eat it. You know? We never know. Yep. Well, see the process for making the potatoes. I did some of the dishes this morning. But my hand, oh my God, trying to do the dishes when your hands hurt is so difficult. But I did, so I gotta get the bowl, put water in it, go over and put the water in the microwave that for 5 minutes, mix it up, and then get the vegetable, take that over, drain it, da 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 da. Um, because I've been alone. Oh, you mean on the screen? Papa J just left, and nobody else has clicked it to come on, so I'm by myself. Um, and then get the chicken and do da da. I mean, it's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in the wheelchair. So depending on, like I said, depending on how I'm feeling once I get out there, will depend on how much effort I make to, how much effort I make to make a nutritious meal, or whether I'm just gonna shove food down my face and call it a day. You know. I'm out of peanut butter, or I'd just make a peanut butter sandwich and say fuck it, and I wouldn't even go out there. So that's about how I'm feeling. I think it's gonna be a grab the chicken and just microwave some of it. I have no idea. I don't know. Virginia, you'd have to tune in on Tina's channel on Sundays. She does her chat, I think, still. So not right now, Lizzie, because I have to keep glove on my hands. I mean, I keep taking off the glove on my right hand because I can't use my vape pen when I have the glove on, but where these gloves attach is right where the bracelet would be, so it would be uncomfortable. Hi, Anna. I was wearing it the other day though. And then I ran out of gabapentin. So, and although the bracelet itself wouldn't aggravate my neuropathy because it doesn't go down that far, it doesn't hit my wrists. Um, it's my hands, my fingers, the palms of my hands and my fingertips. It's okay. Um, when I have to have the gloves on, I have to secure at the wrist, and that's right where the bracelet would be. So it would compress it into my skin, so I can't. It's okay. Ugh, this vape is aggravating me. Now I want a cigarette. I'm like, "Grr." Nope. I don't know, Virginia. I asked what the problem was, and I was not given an answer, so I have no idea. She basically stopped talking to me, and I don't know why. The last time I saw Tim in a chat, I said hi to him, and he said hi back, and we still did the heart thing. So I guess I'm okay with Tim. I do not know why Tina stopped talking to me. I asked her, and she didn't tell me. So it does, honey. Even when I'm not wearing it, I look at it all the time, and I'm like, oh my god, so pretty. It does absolutely cheer me up. Thank you. No, it is what it is, Virginia. Obviously she had her reasons. She just didn't feel the need to share them with me. So Willa doesn't come hang out here anymore either. I don't know what's up with that either. I am not aware of having done anything, and I inquired because if I had done something and wasn't aware of it, I would apologize and try not to do it again, but I am not being given the information, so I don't know. So it is what it is. We wish them well. I don't have any ill feelings whatsoever, so it made me sad, because we were very close, but I thought apparently I was wrong. It's been known to happen occasionally. So nope, you would have to ask her. I do not know. Although I don't know if you'd get an answer. I didn't. But hey, who knows? I mean, I still see Willow in other chats and stuff, and we're civil. I mean, say hi back and forth and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, tis what it is. We shall carry on. Although I'd probably only be carrying on for another 10 minutes or so, and then I'm going to go get something to eat. I'm hungry. And like I said, I haven't eaten since yesterday morning, so come to think of it, my headache might be partially from that too. My mommy did bring me potato chips and some Pepsi and some orange Fanta today, which was nice considering I couldn't get in touch with her the past couple of days because her phone shut down. And every time I called her, it went straight to voicemail, which is weird. And I can't leave a voicemail because my mom doesn't know how to check it. I texted her and got no reply. And my daughter turned her phone off and then turned it back on. And all of a sudden, she got flooded with missed calls and da-da-da. And so I don't know. But she's like, well, I figured you'd be out of this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of that every week. If it wasn't for potato chips and soda, I'd starve to death sitting in my room. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I tried reaching her yesterday morning all day. All damn I must have called my mom. I must have tried at least 25 times yesterday and texted her twice. And I was starting to get worried because I don't know if my daughter who lives with my mom, I don't know if she will let me know if something happens to my mom medically, you know what I mean? Because my daughter doesn't talk to me. So yeah. I did find out that my daughter passed all her tests, all her exams, so she got a high B on one, and she got an A and an A+ on the other two. So yay! And she finally got her externship with someone on one of the vet places around here. So that's awesome. I was really worried about her because my mom's still recovering from COVID, and to have basically radio silence from my mom and not know what was going on worried me. Because even when my mom had COVID, I talked to her like every day. So I'm thinking, oh my God, did she end up in the hospital? Or worse. I'm like, yeah. So then I got a text this morning that said, phone hasn't been working. I'm like, oh, okay, good. Glad it's just the phone. Yeah, I'm very proud of my daughter for her academic achievements. Not proud of her for most of her behavior towards people, but she's doing well with animals, and that's fine. But my granddaughter has a boyfriend. I'm like, when did this happen? My mom just casually starts talking about stuff because I'm not able to be involved in their lives really. So because of my oldest, and then now situational, but my granddaughter's 14 and my mom's talking about her boyfriend, and I'm like, what boyfriend? Wait, who? And she's like, oh, well, Sadie's boyfriend. I'm like, when did what? And apparently everybody likes this one better than the last one. I'm like, wait, she had one before? But it makes me sad too because my mom talks about stuff that, like, Sadie had a concert. She's in the band, and she had a concert that my mom was talking about, and like I can't go. So it makes me feel horrible that I'm a grandmother and I can't go to any of her activities, and so it makes me sad when my mom talks about it. So I don't know if that's why she usually doesn't, but then she'll just talk about stuff like I'm privy to the entire situation and I have no idea what's going on. I'm like, what? So yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I did finally see a picture of my oldest daughter's dog, the big dog that she no, Sadie, it's Cede, Sadie, like Mercedes, um, which is exactly what it's short for, is Mercedes, is my granddaughter. My daughter's name is Desiree. Um, Desiree decided to bring home a dog when she was working at the animal shelter. She decided to bring home a dog to my mom's house. She did not ask my mom. My mom does not like big dogs in her house. It's a fairly large dog. Not huge. I mean, it's not. It's probably a little smaller than a German Shepherd, but it's still a pretty big dog. Looking at the dog, I would say that she is probably a pit bull border collie mix. No problem. And her name is Cherry, like the fruit. The shelter here names animals. If they come in, they get dropped off or whatever, and they don't know their name, they just name them. Why anybody thought calling this dog Cherry was a good idea, I don't know. But my daughter just decided to bring it home. She was working at the shelter at the time, and she brought it home. And my mom is like, "What is that doing in my house?" And yeah, it's still there. I was like, "Why did you let her keep the dog?" And she goes, "Well," I'm like, "Yeah, well." I'm like, this is why she acts the way she does and does whatever she wants. It's because you don't tell her different. It's your house. If you don't want a large dog in your house, then you tell her. Yep, exactly spelled that way. Although there are, when you write it out, there are the little accents over the E's. Yeah. Because it's French, Yeah, that's my oldest daughter's name. And so yeah, but I did finally get to see the dog. My mom showed me a picture of the tree skirt that she had made last year and stuff like that. So my mom's house is all decorated. She even got her dog. My mom has a Chihuahua. That my daughter also. I have three actually. I have three kids. I have two girls, and my baby is my son. He's 27. I have Desiree, and I have Kayla, and then I have my son John. Yep, Desiree, French. But, and then I have two grandchildren. I have my grandson and my granddaughter, 14 and 16. I would be more blessed if my girls didn't think I was the Antichrist and my son treated me like, a person. And I got to see my grandkids. That would be great. But I am blessed that they exist. I mean, they're not bad people to everyone else. My kids are awesome to everyone else except me. And I'm not really sure if my grandkids have any animosity towards me. I've never gotten to spend much time with them because of my daughter's attitude. She wouldn't let me. I didn't get to see them for 7 years when they were little. And yeah, off and on, whatever my daughter's attitude is with me reflects on whether I get to spend any time with them. And for the past 3 years, I haven't been able to get there. My mom doesn't have a ramp, so I can't get in her house. So even though I've been allowed at the house, I can't get into it. I would have to spend like the holidays in the garage. I'm good with that. I'm not the stray dog that, you bring in to feed out of the cold. Sorry. So, yeah. Speaking of dogs, I wonder if Miha's still at the shelter. Every once in a while I check to see if her pictures, her Pet Tango page is still there. Because if it's not, she found a home. Woohoo! Miha got adopted. Yay! Okay, that just made my day. I'm still here. I'll be right back. Sorry, it's very happy tears at this point. No, honey, I'm okay. I'm just glad that Mia is going to someone's house for Christmas. She won't be in dog jail for Christmas, I'm glad she found some place to be. She's such a good girl, and I hated having to do what I did. So I'm really, really happy that she got adopted. And now Cindy's looking at me like I'm crazy. Of course, my dog looks at me like that a lot. Maybe because her mama's crazy. I don't know. Well, that just made my day. And yes, I ugly cried, even though it's happy tears. Yeah, they are. Miha was in our family for 11 years. I just, being in the wheelchair, I'm going what I'm going through. I couldn't take care of both dogs, especially when they didn't get along. I had to keep the dogs separated, and Miha was John's dog, and I couldn't. Yeah, So I had to turn her over to the shelter, and it was one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do because she's such a beautiful soul and she was such a good dog. And that was what 3 months ago, 4 months ago. So she's been in, although she's getting more attention. She was getting more attention in the shelter. I mean, she got to go out for walks and she got to go outside and she got, loved on by all kinds of people. And when she was here, because I couldn't spend that much time in the wheelchair, I couldn't spend that much time with her. So she's not used to being alone. And she was very sad. After John died, went into a really bad depression. And then when my son left, she went into another depression. So it just was not a happy environment for her here. And it's pretty bad when an animal shelter is a happier environment than where you're living. I mean, she ate but I couldn't take her outside. I couldn't take care of it correctly. So I had to turn her over to the shelter, and I've been checking her page every few days. And this is the first time it said Miha has been adopted. Woohoo! So I'm very glad that she'll be in someone's home for the holidays. Yeah, it was not an easy decision, because that was John's baby. And if she got along with Simi, I might have been able to, but when you have a Shepherd Akita that wants to fight with your pit bull boxer, those two, no, there's no way I can break up dog fights from a wheelchair and back and forth to keep them separated and all that. It was too much. I'd have been in the hospital again, so yeah. I did. It was the best decision. It just wasn't an easy one because I love Miha. She's a beautiful, beautiful dog, and I'm glad that somebody gave her a home. Yeah, he would have. Of course, if he hadn't died and left me by myself with all these assholes that walked away from me, I would have been fine. But, he did not have permission to die. He broke the rules. Well, not having the energy, it's just the process in order for me to put the dogs out. First of all, I had to get a kennel so that and I did. I actually asked a friend of mine to do a fundraiser to get the money to get a kennel to go around the back stairs because right? Because there's no way my backyard's not fenced in, and my dog has been attacked 2 or 3 times out there on the tie out. So if something happened, I can't get down the back stairs to help the dog. And there's a post out there that the dogs kept tangling the tie out around. I can't get down there to free them up if they get wrapped around it so that they can't reach the door. So um I asked a friend of mine to do a fundraiser. I mean, it was less than what normally people need fundraisers for. Um and she actually bought the whole kennel and had it shipped to me and then she's like, okay, it's on its way. I'm like, wait, what? And my neighbor put that up for me, which was very sweet. And it comes right up to my steps. So all I have to do is open my back door and my dog goes whoop, right under my wheelchair because there's no room for her to go around. It's very small space. She goes under the wheelchair, out the door, down into the kennel, does her business, comes back up the same way. But with both dogs, I would have had to put Miha in the small room and then come all the way back through the living room and kitchen. Well, kitchen and living room. Let Simi out of my room and go all the way back through in the wheelchair with a bad back, mind you, and no hand pain and all kinds of other crap that's going wrong. And out the back. And in order for me to get back in from that little back room, I actually have to put one elbow on my dryer and one on my wall and shove myself backwards. So I have to kind of scooch my butt forward and then fling my butt backwards to try and get the wheelchair over the bump to get back in the house. Yeah, it hurts. And then take the dog all the way back into my room and then go all the way back through and let me out of the room and vice versa. I mean, it would have been way too much. And trying to get in and out that door 4 to 6 times a day. Yeah, I would have been in the hospital. I would have been like, okay, I can't move, or I would have ended up flinging myself back. I have almost tipped myself over in the wheelchair trying to get back into the house from that little room. It's kind of scary, considering if I flip over backwards, I'll be landing on my phone because it's in the little pouch in the back of the wheelchair. So yeah, I'd be standing on my head with no way to reach my phone. Not a good scenario. So I did weigh the pros and the cons because I did not want to give her up at all. We've had her since she was about 4 months old, and now she's 11. Although they lied at the shelter and said she was 8. On her adoption paper, on her adoption sheet page, it said she was 8, and I was like, what? But yeah, she was 11. So yeah, pretty much everything that I need to do or that I'm going to do, I have to gauge whether or not it's going to be too much on my system, whether I'm going to feel it the next day and not be able to do anything. How much pain it's going to cause me, and if it's worth it. That's how I have to judge like every action that I do. Like I said with dinner, with cooking something, it's back and forth, back and forth. I mean, I have to make a gajillion trips around my kitchen because I can't just gather everything out of the fridge in my hands and walk over to the table and put it down. I have to get over to the refrigerator door, grab the door, back up the wheelchair with one hand while opening the door, then go forward again, grab 1 or 2 things out, and try and toss them onto the table and hope they don't hit the floor because that's a pain in the ass if I have to pick stuff up. Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, it's multitude of trips every time I want to do anything. So it takes a lot out of me. And there are times when I feel very industrious and I'll be out there and I like for Thanksgiving, I had ham, peas, corn, and potatoes. I was feeling very industrious that day. Yeah. So it just all depends on how I'm feeling at the time. And like I got a package one day and my neighbor handed it to me. Yeah, it was like 30 pounds, 30-pound box, because it was the dog food from chewy.com, and there's 2 bags of dog food in it. And I overextended. He was standing just a little bit too far away from me. And I stretched out to grab the box and overextended my shoulders big time. And I pulled, not too bad, but I did pull muscles in my back, which makes it very difficult for me to get up and down. Hey, Barbara. And get in my wheelchair and back and, all of that. So, if I'm not careful, if I do too much damage to my back and I can't pull myself up to get in the wheelchair, I won't be going anywhere. The dog won't go outside. She won't eat because her food is out in the kitchen. I won't be able to do anything. So I have to be very careful with what I do. So, strangely enough, I just got a bill from my prosthetic people. Apparently Medicare only paid for a little over $8,000 of my prosthetic leg, which was it's the initial leg. It's not even the final leg. And they're billing me $2,000 and some change. And I'm like, I'm sorry. Do you people not know who the hell you're sending a bill to? I'm like, I'm on disability. I don't get enough money to even support myself. How am I going to give you $2,000? So yeah, they're going to be waiting a while for that. I was planning on it, Wendy, but my StreamYard isn't paid for now. So I will be on limited hours. I mean, I still have basic right now, but I keep getting that warning thing. By the time this Saturday comes up, I'll be on the free plan, so I'll only have 20 hours. So I probably will at some point go live, but I don't know how long I'll be live. I can't do like an all-day thing because I'll run out of hours for the rest of the 30 days. I just didn't have the money to pay for StreamYard. I mean, I was able to pay my bills and stuff, and pay the rent, and that was about it. Watching on a storm in the Midwest. Yeah, we don't need any more storms. Storms need to go away. Go away, storms. And still absolutely amazed by the fact that that one tornado was on the ground for so long. You know, it traveled such a long distance, just one tornado. I mean, that is it's the first time that's happened since 1930s, I believe. 1935, 1925, something like that. 35, I think. And they're still doing measurements, but they think this one beat it, that it was on the ground farther. But because it went through so many states, they have to calculate and all that. Yeah, Midwest and Tornado Alley definitely don't need to be hit by any more bullshit, that's for sure. Still trying to clean this vape out, man. I'm at the point where I want cigarettes and I don't have the money for cigarettes. 1920s, yeah, I knew it was one of those. Yeah, they're still doing measurements or whatever to see if it's longer than that one. Ah. Okay, they apparently have re-evaluated it. It's 219 miles. They had been saying it was 227. It was on the ground for 3.5 hours. That's crazy. Oh, wait, that's the one in 1925. Tornado ravaged an area of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana. Trek of 219 miles. Well, the one that they were saying hit over the weekend was 227, so it could potentially be bigger. I don't know. I'm just glad that the people we know are okay, and I hope that the people in that town that was completely flattened, I hope that they're able to find most of them. I know Mark, Sarcastic Sword Stacker, said he had a friend of his in, was it Mayfield, Kentucky? The town that got flattened where that candle factory was, and that he didn't know where he was, so I don't know if he found him or not. I'm sure the communication is down there too. Yeah. The weather is getting scary. We talked about that earlier, Barbara. The storms are getting more severe and more frequent, and craziness, absolute craziness going on these days. This damn vape pen is clogging up, and I just put juice in it, and I'm running low on juice. I can't afford to waste it, so. Ugh. Yeah, it was 1925. The ones over the weekend killed a lot of people too. Crazy. 3.5 hours. Unbelievable. Quad state tornado, as they're calling the one over the weekend. 4 states in 4 hours in a rare December tornado. Over 200 miles from Arkansas to Kentucky. Could be a record for longest tornado in U.S. history. Yeah. Unbelievable. I can't even look at drone footage because I could just imagine how terrified people were in there. Again, we had that emotional thing, you know. I just Oh, bye, Lizzie. Good night. Get sweet dreams. Have sweet dreams. Yep. I do have your email address. Yeah, it's very bright and sunny here right now still in South Carolina. Ugh. I almost asked my mom. My mom gives me Christmas money every year, and I didn't ask her if she was giving it to me this year because she has been buying my food. So I kind of assumed she wasn't going to. But now that I'm at the point where I'm ready to get a carton of cigarettes, I'm kind of like, I wish I had asked her if she was giving me Christmas money, and could I have it now? Um, because this is actually getting rather painful to draw on. Foggy and Fargo, man. My stomach is growling. I said I was going to end this like 15 minutes ago. My stomach hurts. As John would say, my stomach is trying to eat my spine. I'm going to start getting hangry in a minute because this damn vape pen isn't working right. Mm. So I may do shorter. Well, I can't really say shorter lives because this one's not even 3 hours yet. But Saturday and next Wednesday, I may do just a 1 or 2 hours. Hi, Kathy. Welcome to Kodi is hangry. Wait, what? What did you do now? Woman, I love you. Thank you. Okay, gotta go. No, I'm kidding. I love you. Thank you, honey. Double thank you, honey. And not a cranky one. Uh-huh. You know what? Hold on one sec. I heard the boop. I heard the boop. Ugh. Hi, Paul. Bye, Paul. You're muted. Still muted. Nope. Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Oh, now I can.
Okay,
I can
now
hear you
I
now.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Hi, Kodi. Bye, Kodi.
Hi, Paul. Bye, Paul.
What's happening?
Not a
you?
heck of a lot. What's happening with you? What's happening with you?
I just cleared out the booth at the antique mall.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting for Jules to come. She bought all my racks.
Nice.
Oh, I can barely hear you though. I got the volume up all.
Well,
So how's
I
the
do not
weather in
know.
North Carolina?
Huh? What?
That was weird. How's the weather in South Carolina?
I was gonna say I don't know how the weather is in North Carolina because I'm in South Carolina. It's good. I don't know what the temperature is.
Right.
I can check.
So how's the weather where you are?
It's good. It's sunny. It's 59. So
Nice.
not too bad.
Show you're in the show. I know. Well, where's the chat? I can't see the chat, so I don't know if anybody's saying anything.
Kathy said hi, Paul.
Oh, I don't want. Hi, Kathy. Which Kathy?
And Wes is stalking Kathy because now he's here. Now that Kathy shut up, Wes showed up. Oh damn!
Okay.
Wes has 80 miles an hour winds. That's not good. Don't go outside.
Wow. Yeah, it's just finished raining here a little,
Yeah.
but it's still 78. So how are you progressing on your jewelry making?
Good. Good. I did one piece that well, I'm still working on it, but it was my one of the first get back to work pieces that I have to get back in the swing of soldering and whatnot. So I
Yeah.
I did two pieces
So are you
actually.
doing like are you oh,
See,
am I gone? Oh. Wow,
you're
that's
still there.
cool. What is that?
It's a bird. It's like a dove or a blue jay or bluebird or whatever, and it's on another circle. They're both of them are copper, and then I'm gonna put an eye, a black agate
Oh, okay.
for an eye. So I still have a little bit of work to do on it, but
Oh, I thought
yeah.
you were working totally with stones.
Well, what would you expect me to do? Glue them together?
No, I just thought you were doing. That's why I was going to ask. Are you doing similar to what Just Sandy does?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
take
not
a
on that.
stone, make something with it.
Mhm. Not on that epic of a scale, but yes, that is similar. Yeah. Like
Okay. Yeah,
I'm
that's pretty
here.
cool.
I'm here, and Sandy is way up here somewhere. Sandy is my life goal.
But are you gonna do? Are you gonna do YouTube the same way? You're gonna like go on live and say, "Hey, watch me," you know, part 2 of making this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do live make it videos and
Very
things
cool.
like that. People have asked me to, so I figured, hey, if people want to watch it,
Yeah,
more
might as
power to
well.
them. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
This damn thing is not working right.
I've been, the funny thing is lately, I've been watching, and I don't know how I got into it. I've been watching Japanese restaurants prepping their restaurant, like making noodles, making curry, and I just got into it. It's like, I don't understand. You can't understand the word they're saying, but the stuff they're doing is amazing.
Kathy, Wes
Would
will
I
be
eat
fine.
any of it?
All Wes,
Probably not.
Kathy, all Wes has to do is put on the Velcro bodysuit and attach sheep to him, and it will weigh him down. He will not blow away. Love you, Wes. I
Is
couldn't
that
help it.
Diamond West?
Yeah. They have 80 mile an hour winds in Colorado, apparently. So he might
Wow.
be
That'd be
flying west if
interesting.
he
So it
goes
must be
outside.
blowing the weed everywhere.
I know, right? All surrounding states will now be high.
Yeah.
Those places are going to
Flying
sell
plants.
bank with munchies. You definitely want to be a
I
Girl
watched
Scout
that
cooking
today.
room.
You remember Jim Belushi?
Yep.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yep.
Do you remember Jim Belushi?
Mm-hmm.
He left acting to become a weed farmer. And yeah, it's amazing. He's growing this. He says there's so many people doing it now. I have to be different. So he's growing this. I don't know. He says this unbelievable blend that is going to set him apart from everybody else.
Of course it will. Just like everybody else's unbelievable blend will set them apart.
Right, exactly.
Oh, geez, Brad. Brad had 2 pine trees blow out down in his yard so far. Be careful. Dodge. Bob and weave. Bob and weave.
Wow.
Damn. Yeah, it's very
And that's
calm
in
here.
Colorado. Just
West
be
City's
thankful
tying
they
his
didn't get
SUV to
a
his
tornado like what?
West City's tying his SUV to his waist for the weight so he doesn't blow away. Yeah, those
So
tornadoes were crazy. The
all right.
tornadoes were.
I just want to say hi and see how you were doing.
Hanging in there.
Wish
Hanging
you
in
and
there.
everybody happy holidays.
Oh, I hope you guys have a happy holiday too. You and Sandy and the puppers. We all know that Paul spoiled his dog for the holidays, right?
Wow, that was weird. Are you frozen or are you still there?
I'm still here as far as I know.
Okay. Yeah, everything was just spinning. I was watching the Fed report on the way coming here, and all of a sudden, all of YouTube went down. And I said, "Really?" I think everybody was trying to watch it.
Huh.
Um, but all right,
Bye, Barbara.
I'm going to take my exit. You have a
Okay.
great holiday if I don't see you,
You too, Paul.
and I will talk to you later.
Bye. Ah, I forgot. Sorry. Didn't mean to scare anybody. Yeah, I saw Paul freeze for a minute, but I didn't know if I was frozen or not. Yeah, his his dog eating her puppuccino is so adorable. That dog is so spoiled. Definitely spoiled. Puppuccino. Ugh. So now I will get my Christmas lecture if I'm able to get a hold of my neighbor, which hopefully, oh, my other neighbor's home, and I still need to give him something. The problem is I can't get a hold of Luke. If he's not outside, I can't get a hold of him. So I still have that card my mom wanted me to give him that I know has cash in it. Um, and I just haven't seen him, so it's still sitting out by my front door. I mean, I see him, like I'll be sitting in my room and I'll see him come home. But I mean, absolutely by the time I got out anywhere that I could be able to get his attention, he's already in the house. So and I don't know if I don't hear the chihuahuas out there. I don't know if any of my other neighbors are outside. Although I could ask my other neighbor, the woman who said, "Hey, just I'll stop by, blah blah blah," and haven't seen her since. Sarah might run to the store for me. Then I won't get a lecture because Sarah smokes too. It's always helpful when smokers go get your cigarettes because you don't get lectured that way. It's literally causing me pain. It's not good. And I'm just going to say it outright. When you try and suck hard on something, yep, I said it, and you have loose teeth, it hurts like a motherfucker. Okay. I've been avoiding saying that the whole live. For 3 hours, I've avoided saying anything about sucking hard and it hurting. And I finally just had to do it. I knew you'd appreciate that, Kathy and Wendy. Yeah. Well, I mean, like in anything like this, like the vape pens and the vapes and things like that, you have, I mean, the carburetor, which it's not the kind that you put your finger on to let go of like a pipe, but there is the carburetor where you have the oxygen intake when you're drawing on it, and that's what pulls the vape up into your system. And it's like it's getting clogged up, and I've cleaned it out and cleaned it out, and it's still clogging up, and it's apparently clogging in a space that I can't reach. and I just filled this fucking thing with juice. I'm not happy that I've just wasted all that juice. I have a little under half a bottle of juice left to last me for the month. And the damn pen is clogged up. I'm going to have to upgrade or something. Get something that's not quite so small, I guess. I don't know. Because, I mean, honestly, the vaping is cheaper than the cigarettes. And I feel bad when other people buy my cigarettes. I fully appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. I know how much I appreciate it. But I feel bad that other people are supporting something that's a habit and not really an absolute necessity for life. You know what I'm saying? Like food is one thing, or bills, or even stuff for my animals. But for me, just for my habit, I mean, I know we don't want a cranky Kodi because that's ugly. It gets ugly quick. But you know, it makes me feel bad. So vaping is a cheaper way for me to go. I would feel less guilty saying, "Hey, can someone pop, $3 or $4 on a juice for me and have it sent to me," and I would feel way less guilty than, "Hey, can I have, $40 for a carton of cigarettes?" You know what I'm saying? So, because the bottle, like one of these little bottles, I'll show you. These little bottles. Look, it's little. Lasts me from like a month. And that bottle cost me $2.10 plus the shipping. So, still way cheaper. The problem is the vape pen, which this is the last clear tank that I had. And it was fine up until today. I started having problems with it today. I've used it for, I want to say 2 weeks. And I've kept cleaning it out and cleaning it out and cleaning it out with the little wire that I have. And it's been fine until today. So I tried cleaning out the other 2 tanks I have, and they're not working. So, and the mods for the vape mods confuse me. I'm like, what are all these pieces and parts, and what goes where, and I don't get it. So it just seems easier to have the pen that you put the juice in and you just use it, I like things that are simple. Explains my taste in men. Oh, and thanks to the We Don't Want a Cranky Kodi and We Want Kodi Live on Christmas, my StreamYard is now paid for. I just did it while I was live. So we will have Kodi on Christmas. Kodi will be doing lives on Christmas. Yay! Thank you. I love you. Yep. 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 There will absolutely be a Kodi Christmas. Hell yeah. So it's been a banner day. I'm gonna get cigarettes. My StreamYard will continue, and Miha found a home. She got adopted. So yeah, it's been aside from my pain ratio, it's an awesome day. We'll take the good with the bad. Take the bad with the good. We'll call it a win. Absolutely. Oh, Kathy, did you see the piece that I made? It's still a work in progress, but when I was practicing my soldering, I figure if I could make something out of my practicing, I might as well. So well, we shall have to show Kathy then. I mean, it's not huge. It's not, anything major. I still have to put a stone on it. I don't know why it's not coming up, but there it is. There we go. Hey, TG. So there are 2 different copper pieces. One is the bird, and one is the kind of off, it's a circular shape with the cutout in the middle. And So I soldered the two pieces of copper together, and I will be putting a black agate in a bezel cup, which I can only find my sterling bezel cup, so it will have some sterling on there um, for a black agate for the eye, and it has the initials SCB. So yeah, and that will be going out to somebody when I have the money to ship it. I figured, hey, I might as well, if I'm gonna be melting metal together, I might as well make it something that's usable, maybe, and gift it to somebody. So yeah. So yeah. I mean, the pieces of copper I used are not the prettiest, and I mean, they're practice pieces basically, but it is the first thing that I have soldered together since jumping back behind the torch, and so thank you. And that's actually she already knows it's coming to her because the initials. She was so cute. She goes, "Wait, Kodi, those are my initials." Susanna, it's so adorable, and I was like, "Are they really?" Yeah, that is gonna go to Susanna. It just when I saw the bird, it reminded me of Susanna because she's always sending out so much love to everybody. And yeah, I'm getting there. The black agate is a grounding and protection stone. Because people that send out love like Susanna and Victoria and you do, sometimes they become targets for things and they need that little bit of protection. So and we were talking the other night and she said that she loves copper, so I was like, well, I'm working in copper, I might as well send it to somebody who likes copper, right? So yeah, so I put her initials on it, and yeah. So Susanna will be getting the first piece. Besides, she did send me a huge Mr. Jim lot of rocks and said, make me something. So Susanna, I have made you something. You will get more, but I have made you something. So yeah. So and I mean, I made two pieces. I worked with two different setups, and the one was brass and copper, and that did not stick together. So apparently I'm not used to working with brass, and it's a harder metal, so it takes more to heat it up so that the solder will melt. Thank you, Kathy. Um, and I think I just didn't heat it long enough. So I'm gonna work with that. I gotta sand it down and get all the dead solder off it, and then we'll try again. Because brass is actually really pretty to work with, and it looks good with copper and with silver and all of that. So, I like the three mediums. I like those three metals together. And the brass and copper one, I actually wanted to put a silver solderable on it. I have all kinds of little tiny things that I can put on there. I have moons, I have stars, I have several different styles of little hearts. I have starfish, I have sea turtles. I have I have all different kinds of stuff that I can put on there. So then it would be brass, copper, and silver. Aw, thank you, Wendy. I can't afford gold. I do have some gold filled stuff though. So yeah. But and then once I get that down, I gotta work on something for some things for the grandkids. Apparently, my grandson doesn't game very much anymore. Um, so I'm glad I didn't get him a GameStop gift card. But I asked my mom today. I'm like, well, what does he do? And she goes, well, he's mostly watching stuff on his phone. I'm like, oh, he's watching porn. Okay, he is 16 after all. He doesn't share with anybody what he watches, so nobody knows what he's interested in. Every once in a while, he'll come out and he'll game, but he's not a gamer like he was. So I don't know. His interests are a changing. There's the Chihuahua. Did you guys hear that? Oh hell! That's why I'm here, Simmy, because Simmy, the Chihuahua and his daddy are knocking on my door. I will be right back. You're kidding. You mean I still have people here? Amaze balls. I'm back. Did you miss me? Whew. Oh my God, Ron. My son was on painkillers. We had to take him to the hospital. He split his hand open. He filleted his hand like a fish. We took him in. They gave him a shot. Wacky, whacked out of his mind. He was so funny. He was how old was he? I think 8. And he's like, "I love you." It was so funny. Yeah, I wish I had recorded him because I would play it to this day. You know, I am back. I got my Christmas lecture. I was told to make my cigarettes last until New Year's. So they're not doing me any good. My problems are still going to be there when they're gone, like they're booze or something. What the fuck? And that they're going to kill me, and he wants to take an insurance policy out on me. And again, got offered free pot and pie. Yeah. So I'm like, alrighty then. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, and he did go over and get Luke for me, the guy that put my kennel up, because my mom had dropped off the little card, and I'm sure a monetary gratuity for putting the kennel up. And I just hadn't seen Luke, so I hadn't been able to give it to him. And so Donnie went over and got him for me, and I gave him the card. I told him, I said, "Don't open it in front of me. I don't need to know how much it is." And he goes, "I really don't need anything for helping you out." I was like, "Well, buy your dog a good Christmas present. Get him a nice big juicy bone." I said, "There you go." He's like, "That's a good idea. I will do that." I'm like, "All right." I said, I said, "I don't know how much she gave you, but it's probably a good amount." I was like, "So get the dog a present, any kids you got coming over there, whatever, If you don't want to use it for yourself, use it for somebody else." So he's a very nice guy. Very sweet. Shit, I don't know what I did with my ashtray. It's been so long since I've used the damn ashtray. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, they literally had to practically knock my son out. But he was loopy as hell. It was so funny. I'm like, they need to automatically do recordings for parents and things when they do that to a kid, And I couldn't watch them clean it, so John was over there with them. I mean, my son had to have like 40 stitches because he landed on either a rusted out piece of metal or he landed on the machete. Not really sure which scenario is the true scenario. But he split like in between his index finger and his middle finger, split that, and just it like sheared open the entire layer of his hand. It was horrendous to look at. And I was like, "Oh my God." Yeah, so he needed 40 plus stitches. They didn't think he was going to get the feeling back in his hand. He did eventually. He still has some problems. Kathy, have I mentioned I love you? Okay. So yeah, there's nothing more scary than, your kids leaving with their stepdad to go wandering around in the woods, which we lived in the woods, and wandering around and looking out the window and seeing your man carrying your son who has his arm wrapped up in the man's trench coat. And the man is pale white, pasty white. Your daughter is trying to keep up with the two of them, and he is sprinting, yelling at you to get in the car. We need to go to the hospital. Terrifying as fuck. Yeah. It's no wonder I have heart problems. Seriously. So. And that's the only time that time and one other time are the only times that I let one of my kids sleep in my bed. I didn't sleep in it at the time. I had him sleeping in it. While we kept an eye on him because of the anesthesia and the medication they had him on and things like that. Um, so yeah. And the other time was when he fell and hit his head on a. I was letting him use an old phone. Come on, cat, get out of here. Go, 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 go. When I say go, it means move. Don't just sit there and look at me. Damn. You can't tell she's my cat or anything. Um, I let him use an old phone as a toy phone, and he tripped and went headfirst into the phone and needed 4 stitches across his eyebrow. He cut open like right above, right across his eyebrow, kind of like a Jason Momoa scar, on his eyebrow. Yeah. So we had to go and get him stitches, and they knocked him out for that because he was throwing a fit. He was only 3 when he did that one. And I get a phone call. I had just gone to the store to get milk. I left my husband and my kid home. And I get a phone call with Michael going, you need to come home right now. We need to take Johnny to the hospital. I'm like, why? And all of a sudden I hear my kid going, Mommy, my brains are falling out. And I lost it. I didn't know whether to be freaked out or laugh my ass off. I'm like, what? He's like, he cut over his eyebrow and he's freaking out because it's bleeding all over the place. I'm like, all right, I'm on my way. Needless to say, I didn't even get in the store to get the milk. So, yeah. So I kept an eye on him that night too. But other than that, my kids were not allowed to sleep on my bed. I had a friend of mine when I was pregnant with my oldest who let her kids sleep in her bed, starting from when they were babies, infants, sleeping in bed with her. And I was like, no, I am not getting stuck with a kid who won't sleep in their own room. Mama at some point plans on having some fun, and I'm not going to have to try and explain that to why the kid has to get out of my room. So that is just way too codependent. You know what I mean? So yeah, my kids never slept in the same bed with me. They had their cribs, they slept in their cribs. And that's where they were supposed to be. That's why they call it a crib for a baby. It's because that's where the babies go, and they always had their own rooms and stuff. So yeah. I mean, and then, I tried to tell Issa that, and I explained everything. I mean, in crayon, I explained it, why you don't want the habit of having Talon sleep in bed with you. And up until she moved out of here, when he just turned 7, it was just about, he was almost 7. He was still climbing into bed with her and sleeping with her. Nope. I warned her, and she started complaining that he was crowding her and kicking her. And I said, well, if you hadn't let him sleep with you in the first place, that wouldn't be an issue now, would it? She goes, well, I didn't know. I said, you did know because I told you. And John used to complain all the time because Talon would either wedge between her and the wall, pushing her into John, which would push him off the bed, or he would get in between the two of them and kick both of them. So, and I looked at him, I said, it was your bed too. You could have said no, I was like, you know what? When you create the monster, you deal with the monster. I created a monster. Yeah. So, so I wouldn't let any of my kids sleep in my bed, and now they won't even come visit me. So there you go. I don't know if that's a win or not. I have no idea, but none of my kids are codependent. That's for damn sure. Although I did find out today that my 14-year-old granddaughter has a boyfriend. I'm like, what? Didn't anybody tell her she's not allowed to date until she's 40? The fuck? Yeah, I found out lots of little curious things that I didn't know before. Today I found out my granddaughter, this is her second boyfriend. I didn't even know about the first one. My grandson no longer games as voraciously as he did. Nobody really knows what he's doing, except he's watching his phone a lot. And I'm like, oh, the kid's hooked in with porn. He's 16, so he's watching porn. And every once in a while he'll go out and game. I guess he did request a game, and my daughter got it for him. My mom's like, $60 that game cost. I was like, is that all? She got off cheap. Hey, Thomas. So, hey, Gigglebutt, the link is pinned, right? You know that, right? It wouldn't be the first time, Kathy. He lost his phone for a while because his daughter, my daughter, caught him on watching porn. So she took his phone away. I'm like, yes, because a 16-year-old's not going to have any other avenue of watching porn. Giggle butt. Yeah, my groovy giggle butt girl. Oh, yikes. Yeah, yeah. And that was when he was 12. He got busted watching porn. I'm sure he's gotten a lot sneakier. He's probably learned how to erase his history by now on his phone. Wes, Kathy has no vices. She's an angel. You know that. Don't put that on our Kathy. Oh, I got a Christmas card from Larry today. That was very nice of you, Larry, if you're listening. I shall thank him in the morning as well. Ron, yeah. I think that would happen. TG never comes on lives. You are so not an angel, TG. Give that halo back. Hey, I can picture Kathy wearing, the leather biker jet vest and being a little Hell's Angel. Hell yeah. Kick it, girl. The little hat. Kathy would look boss in one of those little biker hats. Hell yeah. I knew a girl at a club in Massachusetts that wore one of those hats. She was so pretty and she would kick that hat so hard. It was awesome. Wes, really? You here, huh? Sure, you're not on Wes. I think you're confused. You mean sheepporn.com is your thing, right? Kathy, why are you not clicking the link? You want to hear what an angel sounds like? That asking TG to come on here is wrong. Because, yeah, she's not an angel. You'd hear what a little British troublemaker, Welsh troublemaker sounds like. What's Pornhub? Never heard of it. Oh my God, you lie. You lie so bad. I'm going to start calling you Persia. Toilet water. You know why I'm going to call you Persia? Because you lie like a rug. Got to grab your other device. Well, if that's what you're calling it now. Okay, do it. Do it. You know you want to do it. Red tube. Yeah. Funny how Kathy's heard of that. Yes. She's Welsh. She lives in Wales. Surprise. Learned something new today, Wes. Other device, right? I can honestly say it's very satisfying smoking a cigarette, but damn, these things don't taste the same as they did before. Seriously, it's just not the same. It will do though, because that damn vape thing is just, at least it doesn't hurt for me to smoke the cigarette. Learn it from your ex. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Your ex, does that mean a former computer? She's a Welsh. That would be, she's a Welsh woman. Yeah. Wowsy wow wow. Mm-hmm. Yes, she is. So I have to call Wendy my Brit brat, and Scarlett is the Welsh brat. Yeah. Oh, the second ex-husband. I got you. Now that explains Toilet Girl. Oh, you're gonna get in trouble, Papa. Better be careful. Those Welsh women can be very fierce. Okay. Oh, don't tell Wes that. He'll be on a plane. He got to deal with mountain goats where he is. He got to climb to get those fuckers. Love you, Wes. While I was waiting for Donnie to take his sweet time going to the store, I should have actually grabbed my food while I was out there, and I didn't. Looks like I'm eating potato chips for dinner because I'm not getting up again. You know what I love? I love Scottish cows, the little furry cows, Highland cows or whatever they're so cute. They're so fuzzy. Yes, they do. In Wales, they have a lot of sheep. Oh, when you talk to women in the UK, they pee a lot. Yeah, she has you banned from that airport, Wes. There's no sheep at Kathy's house. Well, you can take a plane to Kathy's house. Kathy will come to my house. How's that? So you can go hang out with Kathy's mom, and Kathy will come hang out with me. That works. Well, So we are nickinated and we are StreamYarded and we are good to go for at least a little while. My hands still hurt like a motherfucker, but we will take with bad with the good. Sydney, really? You want me to put a bell on you or something? You can make a little more noise? The fuck? Apparently. I sense a knife in a pine box, right? Yeah, she might, Wes. And Kathy and I will call you guys and tell you how much fun we're having. Not from you, toilet water. Behave yourself. So I think with my my grandkids for Christmas, I was going to do like their birthstone or secondary birthstone, and because my grandson's birthstone is a ruby, and I can't afford to give away a ruby like that. I mean, if it was something that I knew that a 16-year-old boy wasn't going to lose or just stick somewhere or whatever, I would use a real ruby. Maybe later on when he's a little older and understands the value of things. Yeah, probably, Buffs. The card Victoria sent me had minions all over the envelope, but I opened it anyway. Every time I go in my kitchen, there's a bottle of cocoa butter lotion on there that she put a sticker on it because it was a gift from Little Debbie, and the paper that she has taped around it has a minion on it, so I get to look at that every time I go in my kitchen. You know what's funny? I'll tell you that this is funny. Now, Little Debbie sent me. I got 2 bottles of the cocoa butter lotion, which I love the smell of, and the glove thing for my hand, which is helping when I'm working. It's helping my thumb a lot because my left thumb has been acting up bad from where I broke it when I was a kid. But I had 2 bottles of the lotion. I'm never going to need to use 2 of them like that. I mean, I have lotions all over the house, although I love the cocoa butter smell the best. But I had 2 bottles of it, so I asked my mom if she thought maybe Mercedes, my granddaughter, would want a bottle of it, and she goes, "Well, I could take it home and ask." And she took it home and she put it on the dining room table. My daughter came home from school and said, "What's this?" My mom told her, "Well, your mother gave that to me for Sadie," and my daughter went, "Oh, okay," and she grabbed it and took it to her room. So my daughter doesn't want anything to do with me, doesn't want to talk to me, but she'll abscond with things that I give for my granddaughter. I'm like, that's nice. So I have to look up the secondary, which I'm going to do right now. Let's see. Let's see, what is the other? Because there's always 2 birthstones. There's a really expensive one, and then there's the alternative. So let's see. Dot, 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 dot. How come it's never in the first thing that I freaking look at? Yeah, having it written in freaking Russian isn't going to help me. What the hell? All right, let's see. July. Oh, that's interesting. 15th to 20th century. Turquoise and onyx were the birthstones. Then from 1912 in the US, the ruby became birthstone. In Britain, 2013 ruby and carnelian, and the US 2019 ruby. Why do they keep switching this shit? Pick a stone, people. Um, oh, and of course, technically, to go by tropical zodiac, he's a Cancer, and his birthstone's Emerald. God, I can't win for losing. Hi, my giggle girl.
Hi.
How are you?
Eh,
Eh?
I'm all right.
Well, thanks to you, I am much better now.
Hold on.
Yep.
It's like when I. Dang it.
No, I get it.
It's like when I start talking, it gives me that tickle or something. It scratches my throat and then it makes me cough and then I gag and it's all gross. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I totally understand. That happens to me when I'm sick, which is hard for me because I talk so much.
Yeah. Oh.
I love that giggle, man. That giggle makes my day. You don't even have to come in here and talk. Just giggle.
Oh boy. Looks like it's gonna rain.
Really? It's actually decent weather here.
Well, it doesn't have it in the forecast then for I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 more days. I don't think, but it
Yeah.
looks like it. It actually looks like snow clouds and it smells like snow, but it can't. It's only. I mean, it's 50 something right now. I don't know.
Well, I think with my grandson, I can't do ruby and I can't do emerald. Damn, I can't afford my kid. My son is a ruby too. Why are the kids so damn expensive? And my daughter, Kayla, my middle child, she's a diamond. And then Desiree, my oldest, is aquamarine. I'm like, seriously, people, can you please just do like, agate? Agate is a good stone. It's inexpensive. I can get it everywhere. But
Right.
I do have black agate that I could use as a substitute for onyx. They have the same properties, pretty much like metaphysical properties.
Right. Right.
And to look at them, I mean, unless you examine them, you're not going to tell the difference. So,
Yeah.
and he's a boy, so he'd appreciate black,
Right. Nice. Erg.
And I know I looked up my granddaughters, and I forget now. All right, yeah, I can do my granddaughters. But again, my granddaughter is June, right? And hers are Alexandrite, which I'll never be able to afford. Pearls, which are a little easier, and Moonstone. Moonstones I have, so I can do Moonstone.
Oh, I
So
love
I'm gonna do something either with their full name or just their initials, and then their birthstone, like a pendant.
Yeah.
Because I don't know their ring sizes, so I'm not gonna make them rings. I'll just do a pendant. And I mean, my grandson doesn't have to wear it; he can hang it on the wall or something,
Right. For sure.
And at least then I know I've made them something, and I can give them something, because I'm gonna have to have my mom wrap them though. I don't have any Christmas wrapping paper. It's been so long since I've been able to freaking
Go out.
buy presents. Yeah, it's been 3-4 years since I've been able to get them anything. So,
I know.
but yeah, it was funny. I was talking to Susanna the other night in a messenger call, and she was talking about how it's because we were talking about me making jewelry and stuff, and she said everybody always wants silver. She goes, and she actually prefers copper.
Right.
So of course my jewelry brain filed that away,
Yep.
And then when I pulled out all the little copper pieces that I had, because of course copper is a less expensive, I won't say cheap, but it's a less expensive metal to work with and to
Right.
buy. So that's what I was going to use. I'm not going to use my sterling to practice with. I mean, come on, and I saw the bird. It just
Spoke to you.
Yeah, it said Susanna, so
Yeah.
and I didn't want it to just be the bird. That's boring. So I put it on the circle. Cat, really? Now? Yep. My animals have horrible timing. And, I just, So I put her initials on it, and it's funny because I screwed them up the first time, so I had to kind of hammer it a little bit. And
Yeah.
when you hammer metal, if you stamp something on it, the hammering will actually erase it. It's like using an eraser on your metal, and then you can restamp it. So that's what I did.
Oh wow.
It's not perfect, but it's you know, and it is because I mean she's always so giving, and she's
Mhm.
always so sweet, and I mean you are too. You know what I mean? But I don't know, the
Oh
bird just screamed Susanna at me. You know what I mean? It was like
yeah.
Susanna. So I wanted to make that for her. So she was so cute, Kathy. I was like, so it has the initials SCB. I wonder whose initials those are. And she popped in the chat going, "Oh my God, Cody, those are my initials." I'm like, really?
Duh.
She was so cute. I love Susanna.
Aw.
And Tina, she popped onto the live, and Tina's in the background going, "Kiss ass." I'm like, it is not. Cat, really go away. So yeah, but I did, and I'm gonna use a because I had a choice of the aventurine, which is a greenstone, and I could have used that for an eye, but that kind of reminded me of like a demon kind of thing.
Yeah.
And although green symbolizes good fortune, which is I totally wish good fortune to Susanna. The fact that she
Yeah.
is so open-hearted, I love Susanna too. Anybody that's that open-hearted, as I'm sure you know, gets taken advantage of sometimes.
Yeah.
There are psychic vampires that will suck the energy right out of you when you're that giving. And so the black agate is a protection and grounding stone. So I'm going to use the
Aw.
black agate on it for the eye to give her that little boost.
See it. It's all thought out and it all has a purpose and a meaning. That's
Mhm.
really awesome. I love
Yep.
stuff like that.
Well, I mean, when Susanna does her paintings, when she does her pours, she always has something on the canvas underneath the paint. She does a symbol or a message or something for the person who's receiving it.
Oh, groovy.
So to put the symbology and the metaphysical properties and things onto a piece for her, which is pretty much what I do with all of my jewelry, but
Right.
to make it specifically for one person, it made sense to me. Everything just clicked into place. So
Yeah.
I had actually wished that I had bigger stamps, but when I was buying the metal stamps, they're so expensive that when I buy a set, like a font set, I was
Mhm.
getting them so that I could stamp mostly rings. So I had to
Right.
get small letters.
Gotcha.
So I was like, damn, I know I have a big set of initials somewhere. Where the hell are they? And I cannot find them, of course. So,
They'll appear after you
right,
mail it.
right. And she's like, oh, I'll pay the shipping. I said, you will not. She goes, yes, I will. I'm like, you will not. It is my gift, and that includes the shipping. She might
Aw.
have to wait a little bit for it until I start being able to sell some stuff and build up a little bit of, um, build a little bit of a cash pillow there. But
Yeah.
I it's from me. I don't want her to have to put any part. And she sent me all those rocks. She sent me, I mean, that it was a huge bag of stones from Mr. Jim, you know.
Yeah. Groovy.
So so no, you are not paying for it, Susanna. So and
Yes.
talking to her actually was really nice the other night. It's the first time I've actually had a conversation with just Susanna. So
Right.
it was really, really nice. And I enjoyed it. I rambled, of course. Sorry, Susanna. Sorry. But it was nice. I liked it.
That's good. I'm
And
sure
I mean
she did too.
I have things in my head for like everybody that I know. Like if they said, "Hey, make me something and, let me know how much it is or whatever." There are some things that will be gifts. I have ideas for that yoni, um, the little vaginal vagina
The
cabochon.
pocket pussy. Yeah.
Yeah, I have plans for that cab too, but um, you know, like I mean, it's not difficult. With Robin, it would be something with turtles.
Right.
Rhonda, it would be owls. I do not have any owl solderables. I'll have to see if I can find some of those, but I do have owl charms and little pendant things that I can use. And I'm still making the bitch rings. I can't find my damn rings. I found 2 of them. I have probably about 30 rings somewhere in this house that I bought over the course of 2.5 years.
Sorry.
And I don't know what the hell they are. They drive me crazy because I want to make them, but I will find them.
Yeah, you'll find everything
Yeah. So
eventually.
I am really glad that one out of the 2 things that I attempted to solder stuck. The other one that I was working on did not, but I will sand that down and I will try again. And I'm so happy to have fired up that torch and it actually worked. And I'm like, yay!
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So I'm very, very glad. I couldn't do anything yesterday. I mean, my back is just, and I don't think it was from actually working. It was because it's like, oh yeah, I need this, and oh, I need this, and they're all in different parts of the room. So I'm
Right.
having to wheel away from the table and go do this and do that and get this, and so it was a lot of movement before I could actually sit and solder something, you know?
Yeah, I
So,
do.
yeah, I kind of overdid it a little bit. So I took yesterday off, and today my mom was here, and I was not feeling it this morning. I was not feeling well at all. Between the pain in my hands and my neck and shoulders are stiff. My neighbor actually, when I mentioned to him that my room gets kind of cold because I'm sealed off from the rest of the house.
Right.
So, the cold does come through the windows and the thermostat doesn't read it because my doors are closed. So it gets kind of chilly in my room. And
Yeah.
so if my shoulders, the blanket goes below my shoulders, my upper back and my neck all stiffen up. And excuse me, angel face. So Wendy calls you. Get out of things. Um, damn cat. The one, mine, finally laid down next to me, and she better not claw me in the ass again. But the other one is all like, "Hey, what can I get into to bug mom while she's busy?" Um, so my mom actually didn't stay as long as she would have, because then she was washing out underneath the kitchen cabinets, the counter, and then she was like, "Well, I'm going to spray this bug spray because I have spiders everywhere." And she sprayed this spray, and oh my god, the smell! I was
Oh
like, "Oh."
God, you shouldn't be
I'm like,
trapped in
"Oh,
there with.
mom." I had to go to my front door and open the front door wide up,
Oh my
and
gosh.
I couldn't breathe, and I was gonna puke. I was like, "Oh." I'm like, "I can't stay out here anymore." Between the pain I was in making me nauseous and then the bug spray, I was like, "Nope." So she would have stayed longer. I told her, I said, "Look, the stuff that's in the dryer," I said, "just empty the lint trap, set it for another 15 minutes, and leave it alone. We'll pull it out of there. The next time you show up, it'll be dry." Um, because it wasn't clothes that I used. Like it wasn't my tank top or my t-shirts that I use. It was stuff
Right.
that was already out there that I haven't touched in years. So it's just we're trying to clean up and like stuff that ended up in bags that all got crap all in the bags and just all needed to be
Yeah.
washed. And my lovely cat, when her cat box was not clean to her specifications, got up in that
Take.
tote and peed in it. So yeah, that's what got washed today. So
Aw.
damn cat. She's such a prima donna. She really is. See, Marty came from the street. John's cat, the black and white one,
Uh-huh.
she was found. Animal control picked her up like 3 or 4 streets over from where I am. She was living on the street. Now, my cat,
Aw.
little Miss Privilege over here, her and her brothers were born and raised in someone's house and then dropped off at the shelter. So she's very persnickety about her litter box. Marty could care less. She's like, "Oh, it's dirty. I don't care."
Right.
But yeah, so look, either up or down. What are you doing? Half up and it's a bug. Go get it. I don't even know what that is.
Earn your keep, kitty.
Right? Eat the bug.
That's what I tell my
There
cat.
you go. She let it go. She landed directly on it and then lifted her foot and let it run away. These cats do not earn their food, let me tell you.
Oh.
So yeah, I have different ideas. If I could gift somebody, if I could gift everybody with something, I have designs and ideas in my head for what I would do.
Right.
Unfortunately, I am not in the financial position right now to just make stuff and give it away. I
Oh,
wish
yeah.
I wish
Right.
that I was,
Yeah.
and maybe next year I will be. Who knows?
Yes, you will.
So
there.
it's so funny because I found a bag of stones that I had gotten from Fire Mountain Gems, and it's purple mountain jade. And I'm like,
really?
Why does that sound wrong? And I'm like, I know that I researched this when I saw those because they were really pretty color purple.
They're dyed,
And I'm
aren't
like,
they?
yeah, they're dyed,
Okay.
which is fine.
Oh.
But I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful color.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't
which
mean
is
to ruin your
which
story.
Yeah, which is no, it's okay. It's what caught my attention because I was, just looking through stones, and the term mountain jade, and on the description, jade was in quotation marks.
Oh, like
So I was like, okay, that always means that it's not what it says it is, but they're hoping that most people won't look it up and do any kind of research on it. Well, I'm not most people. I want to know what's getting put in my jewelry. So I looked it up, and mountain jade is actually a dyed or color enhanced high grade dolomite marble from Asia.
really
Yep. It's marble with magnesium in it.
interesting.
So the jade, quote unquote, jade beads are this marble that's dyed all these brilliant, amazing colors. They can even do them in tie dye colors. They're
Ooh,
really, really pretty. Yeah, I knew you'd
tie
appreciate tie
dye.
dye.
Tie
She's
dye.
like, "Ooh, I want tie dyed." Stop squeaking at me. It's empty. The dog ate it. Now go away. You just ate 20 minutes ago. Leave me alone. You'd think she was starving to death. Her bowl's empty.
I know my
When I went out
cats
to
are
grab
like
my
that.
neighbor, I forgot to grab the cat food and the dog ate it. I was like, well, you just ate your dinner for the night. And I will be dealing with cat food, dog farts all night. I am's cat food is great for the cats. It makes my dog fart like you wouldn't believe. I'm just really grateful she's not a Great Dane because I have dealt with Great Dane farts and it is not fun at all.
I can imagine they're like the size of a human.
Yeah, they're horrible. But yeah, so I came across, and I've got like a bag of this dolomite marble, and they're gorgeous and they're purple, and I'm like, And I ran across some banded agates, some green banded agates that I had gotten, and it's like
Mhm.
Christmas in my living room because every time I turn around, I'm finding stones that I know I purchased, but I forgot about them.
Right.
I'm like, oh yeah, I remember these. What was I going to make with that? I don't care. I'm making this now. So, cat, will you leave the bowl alone? It's not going to get full with you fucking with it. She's grabbing it with her paw and shushing it all around the floor. It's not going to fill itself. Go away. Yeah, TJ. Exactly. So, yeah. So, I mean, like you, I would have to find some kind of angel wings or something.
Whatever.
Little halo tilted on little horns,
There you go. You don't have
Well,
to
it's
do
difficult.
anything for me.
Unless I could find like the laughing smiley emoji for Giggle Girl, it's kind of difficult to present giggling on a piece of jewelry. Unless I just spell out the word giggle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't think I couldn't do that. Your bitch ring is going to say giggle bitch.
Oh Lord.
Don't wear it near your mother.
Why?
Well, I need to know your mom's ring size. That way I could do giggle bitch mama. These rings are fully customizable.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I have some gorgeous sea glass too that a friend of mine from Beachucation sent me, and I cannot wait to play with that. I actually have little solderables. I have little seashells and I have little starfish that I want to use with the sea glass.
Groovy.
Mm-hmm. And I thought I had bees. I'm pretty sure I have little solderable bees that I bought because Linda had Mr. Jim send me these absolutely amazing bumblebee jasper cabochons, which I also.
Oh really?
Yeah, I have to find them. I could have sworn I knew where they were, and they are not where I thought they were. So, I know they're in the house. They didn't go anywhere. I just don't know where they went. But yeah, they're really high quality, really, really bright, like orangey, yellow, and black and white. I mean, the banding is amazing.
Oh
And
wow.
so I wanted to do some of it with like flowers and do some because it's bumblebee jasper. I wanted to do something with a bee,
Right.
and so yeah. So I know I got little B solderables, and I don't know where those are either. So I'll probably find them all together.
Yeah, probably.
Like I did find my copper tongs though, the big tweezers that I need. I did find those.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm finding things gradually. But it would really be easier if we could start getting the stuff out of my room and start opening the totes and boxes and things as we're moving them, so that as we're moving them out of my room, if they need to go out in the living room, I can put them out there, and if they need to go in storage, they can go in there. Because obviously I have jewelry in places that I haven't found them yet, and I thought everything was within reach, and apparently it is not.
Right.
Hey, Joyce, again. Oh, wait.
Hey, Joyce.
Every time I see Joyce, I have to do this. Hi, Joyce. Ooh, I'm all washed out. I got my light on. Hi, Joyce. Camera off. Ah, I'm a ghost. Boo. Yeah, I'm all high now because I'm smoking actual cigarettes. Head rush.
Right.
Woohoo. It's a cigarette and Pepsi high. Okay, I've got sugar and I've got nicotine. I'm good. And I got sodium sitting in a bag over there because I got chips too.
Chips, yum.
Yep. And I got chicken out in my kitchen, but I'm not getting up again to go get that. So I'll have that for breakfast tomorrow. Toilet
I
girl.
don't blame you.
TG just made a little piggy face and snorted at you because you snorted when you laughed.
I did? Oh my God.
I
Really?
love it when you do that. No, it means that you're so into it. And it's so funny that you lose control.
I know.
It's awesome.
I'm a snorter, I admit it.
Well, as long as you don't start bleating like a sheep, because Wes will probably run to your house. He'll flap his arms real fast and levitate or some shit. You see Wes hovering around the corner, you know you're in trouble.
Oh my God, that one nearly killed me.
Sorry. Wes likes Kathy. I think that's been established. So I don't think it matters what Kathy does at this point. Kathy could go running around kicking puppies, and Wes would be like, Kathy, with little hearts in his eyes.
Oh my goodness.
That's okay. She'd wrap up the puppies in tie-dye bandaging afterwards. It's okay. They'll be fine.
I would never kick a puppy.
I know. Just putting that in one sentence felt wrong. Kathy kicking a puppy. Yeah, that just doesn't go together at all.
Not at all.
I cannot even tell you how happy I am that Miha got adopted.
I know, right? I heard
It makes me so happy that she's going to be in an actual home for the holidays, and hopefully it's not just a foster thing. Hopefully they keep her.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So makes me very, very happy.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yeah, Kathy is definitely a good catch, quite the catch, and she is the bomb. The bomb. Kathy, you know what? I think people love you just a little bit.
Yeah, as I'm shining up my halo over my horns.
Well, it's good to have balance in life,
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that's because we know that you're not bad and you're not evil. You're just a little bit naughty and a little bit wicked, and that's okay.
Yeah. I'm normal. Come on.
Yeah.
Well,
Abby normal is good.
my version of normal.
Yeah. Abby normal. John used to say that. He used to say that him and I were Abby normal. I'm like, yeah, that's for sure.
Right?
We put the fucking functional.
Oh my goodness.
He'd be like, that's not how it's spelled. I was like, oh, I'm sorry. I was pronouncing it like you spell. He's like, shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah. If you guys think that John was immune from the spelling Nazi, you'd be wrong. Every time he said ambulance, I would get on him because he'd say ambulance. And the first time he said it, I'm like, what? I thought he was joking around, right? But after he said it the third time, I'm like, you're actually pronouncing that the way you think is right, aren't you? He goes, yeah, why? I'm like, you're wrong.
Aw.
Yeah, I gave him a rash of shit about that all the time until he started calling it a meat wagon, and then the kids started copying it. I'm like, okay, can we go back to ambulance now?
Meat wagon. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
I'm like, no. Yeah, John couldn't spell. His he told me when he was in one of his many incarcerations in Anderson County Detention Center, which he thought was cool as fuck because he got to wear a jumpsuit that said ACDC on the back of it. I'm like, you are fucked up.
Oh my gosh.
He actually took his jumpsuit and a marker and drew a lightning bolt in between the AC and the DC.
Oh my god.
He got in so much trouble for that.
I bet.
He did. Everybody else in his unit thought it was cool as fuck. I'm like, what? They never thought of that? He's like,
Right?
we're in the South. They listen to country here. I'm like, oh, good lord. But he told me, he's like, make sure you write to me. I'm like, all right. He goes, and I'm gonna write to you. I'm like, okay. He goes, and I swear to God, if you get a red pen and correct my letters and send them back to me, I'll never write to you again. Oh, yeah.
That's something you would do.
I did it to my mom.
Oh god.
I did when I was 13. Kat, you know what? This dish thing is driving me crazy. You can fuck with that dish all you want. It is not going to suddenly fill itself. So I'm taking away from you. Fuck you. And when I fill it back and put more food in it, you'll get to eat again. Dog, I don't know what you're getting up for. You're not getting this dish again. You weren't supposed to have it in the first place, forkhead. Don't climb on me. You're not getting the dish back. Go away. She all climbing up on me. No. So there. Take that. Have a nice day. Go get into something else. Oh, I talk to them like this when nobody's around too.
Poor kitty.
Fuck, poor kitty. That
Not.
cat is like a demon in fur. Are you kidding me? Mm-hmm. Anyway, no, when I was 13 and I was at away camp for the first time. It was the first time I had been away camp. And yay me, it was a Christian camp. The only reason I agreed to go is they had horses there. My mom, who had drilled spelling into me. I mean, my mom is the reason I am a spelling grammar Nazi. Okay. She made me do extra workbooks when I was a kid. I would come home from school, I'd do my homework, and she'd hand me a workbook and say, you need to do these 10 words until you can spell them correctly. And I'm like, crap. Every day. And on weekends. So
Yeah.
she writes me a letter, and there were so many words misspelled in it that I actually did have a red pen with me. And I circled them and gave her the correct spelling. And she told me if I did that again, she wouldn't put any money in my canteen. And I was a fat kid. I wanted canteen money, so I did not correct her letters again. But I was like, hey, you created the beast, you know?
Right.
Proofreader would have been the perfect job for me.
Yeah, it would have.
I mean, I read books now, and I don't know how they got past the proofreader. I'm like, that's not grammatically correct. It's THEIR. What are you doing? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mentally correct books when I read. It's crazy.
It's like they just scan it to see that the word is spelled correctly, but they don't put it in context with the sentence.
I mean, they're supposed to have people that check these things, right? It's their job.
Right.
To make sure. And there's, I'll read a paragraph and none of it makes sense. It's all in the incorrect order. And I'm like, okay, the writer might have originally put it that way, but the proofreader is supposed to rearrange it so it makes sense.
Right.
And you're not doing it right. You're doing it wrong.
You're
like,
doing it wrong.
Who do I write to complain to about this? I'm like, oh. But, yeah. And it's compulsive. I can't help it. I don't correct people to make them feel stupid.
Right.
If I correct you, it's because I don't want you to make the same mistake with someone who might make you feel stupid.
Right.
Like Victoria, I help her with pronunciation because if she says that to the wrong person, they're going to make fun of her. And I don't want anybody making fun of Victoria.
Right.
So
same thing with Larry. Yeah.
Yeah. With Larry, Susanna sometimes, and Susanna will give me a rash of shit about it. We'll go, oh my God, but she does know that I don't do it to be cruel or to make myself seem like I'm smarter.
Right.
I mean, if I have information about something, I feel compelled to share it. Or if I know that something's not accurate, I feel compelled to correct it because I don't want people going with the wrong information and then somebody else targeting them for it, So it's not that I think I know everything because I know I don't, but I know a little bit about a lot of shit, you know?
Right. Yeah,
And if I don't know it, Google is my friend. I know how to look shit up.
that's right.
That's why it's there. People make fun of people for looking stuff up on Google, but that's what it was created for. Is to find out information.
Right, I know. It's a search
Yeah.
engine for a reason.
Yeah. So you can search for things. Oh, what a concept. I mean, I know it's not always accurate. I have found
Right.
inconsistencies in Google too, and I'm like, who do I write to about that?
Right.
But you know, for the most part, you know, and I mean, I don't know everything about stones in any way, shape, or form. Googly pants. Yep, googly pants. I was called the Google Queen, which I own it. Everybody's like, well, we don't have Dan the Answer Man, but we have Kodi the Google Queen, Google Guru or whatever. And I was like, you guys do realize that Dan looked up most of the information on Google before he told you what it was, right?
Right. He's just quick at doing it.
Dan and I had this discussion in Messenger one day. I was like, you know, they tease me for using Google. He goes, how do you think I find out shit?
Right.
It's just a matter of whether you can look it up and type it fast enough. That's all.
Right.
You know? So I have been accused of people have said that I try and sound like I'm superior to other people, and that's not my intent at all. You know? But if I know something or I have information about something which could be inaccurate, I always tell people to double check what I say too.
Right.
You know? Then yeah, I share it. I mean, why would I not? You know?
Right. Yeah, some people aren't receptive or receive it differently than
Yeah.
others. So
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, the woman that had the radio station that I was helping out on and doing a you know show with her, she
right.
got upset because she said I kept making her sound stupid. And I'm like, look, it's not my fault you're afraid of platypus, and it's not my fault you didn't know that alligators could swim. If you arguing with me about whether or not alligators could swim or not made you look stupid, that's on you, not me.
Right.
You know, how could you not know that alligators swim? I don't know, I can't even comprehend that concept. I'm like, what? But yeah, she wouldn't let me do the show with her anymore because she said I made her sound stupid.
Insecure.
I'm like, well, you can just keep the idiots on there who make you look smart. That tells you what about them, right? I'm not a yes person. I'm not going to dumb myself down to benefit someone else.
Right.
You know, educate yourself and you won't sound stupid. There you go. Trying to help you here. It's not my, I mean, if she had talked to me about the thing before we went on the air, then I could have discussed that with her before and she wouldn't have looked stupid because she would have already known.
Right.
But she was very secure in the fact that alligators can't swim. I'm like, yeah, they can. She goes, no, they can't. I'm like, yeah, they can. They live 90%.
What makes them
of
any
those
different than a
lakes.
crocodile?
Yeah, she didn't think they could swim either.
Oh,
I'm
well,
like,
then-
these beings live like 80% of their life in water. If they can't
Right.
swim, they drown. Yeah.
Well, maybe she's only seen the ones that are on the golf course in South Carolina at Hilton Head.
Well, I mean, she's from New York. She's from New York.
Oh, well.
But with all of the stories about alligators getting flushed into the sewer systems,
Oh,
you know,
geez. Yeah.
you would think that she would realize alligators can fucking swim.
Right.
So to irritate her, I used to post pictures of platypus and videos of platypus all the time. Because she was terrified of these fucking things. They're the most adorable little I mean, they're dangerous, but they're the most adorable little things, and she was absolutely terrified of them. So I proceeded to tell her exactly why they are dangerous, and she does not happy with me at all. You know, they have spurs. The males the males have spurs on their back legs that actually inject a venom into you that paralyzes you.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah. That's how they defend themselves. And they're actually they excrete milk for their babies, but the babies don't nurse. The milk comes out on like they lay on their back, the milk comes out in their stomach, and the babies just kind of lap it up. Their knuckles bend backwards like a gorilla. Look at see Thomas knows because he's in Australia. Their knuckles go backwards like a damn gorilla. These animals, and they got to build like a fucking duck. These animals were made of all spare parts. Okay. The gods had a bunch of spare parts left. They were drunk. They threw them all together and then dropped them on Australia and said, "Here you go. Have a nice time." Okay.
Yeah, they got all the weird stuff over there in Australia. Those big ass wolf spiders and
Yep. Yeah, they do. They got koalas with chlamydia. The poor little koalas, man.
I know they're so cute, and the
They are
kangaroos.
they are trying to inoculate or medicate the koalas. They do a catch and release type of thing where they catch them and then test them and try and give them the antibiotics for chlamydia. So
Aww.
I mean, I think platypus are the most adorable little things. They really are. I don't know that I'd want to play with an adult platypus because hello, spurs on their back legs can still cause a human a lot of pain, you know.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't think I'd want to be messing
But
with one either.
I've seen videos of the babies, and the babies are just so adorable. And they just wiggle their face back and forth on you. Like if you put your hand down in the water, they like come up onto your hand and they just wiggle their little duckbill all over you, and they make little funny noises and stuff. They're very cute.
Oh my
Koalas
goodness.
are adorable. I love koalas too. I had an argument with somebody about whether or not a koala was a bear. It is not. It is a marsupial.
Right, because it's got a pouch.
Right. But they were arguing with me that
Wombats are cute.
they are.
I'm
They were
sorry,
arguing
they're
with me. They were arguing with me that panda bears are not bears, but koalas are. And I'm like, no, you have that reversed. A
Right.
panda bear is a bear. It is absolutely a bear, and it will eat your face.
Yes, it will. As cute as
They
it
are
is.
they are adorable and cuddly, and you can get hired to go live in China and hug panda bears. But an adult panda bear can tear off your face and eat it. Yeah, they are absolutely not the cute cuddly things when they get bigger. They just look it, you know.
Right.
So yeah. I was
Guess
watching.
that's how they draw their prey in. Oh,
Right.
look how cute it is. And they
Cat,
eat
you are irritating me. Go away. Go. Be gone. I'm gonna get the nose stick and whack you with it. Go away. Yeah. I mean, panda bears with their coloring, it's just, they look like big bandits, and yeah, they'll steal your face. Have a nice day. But I was watching what is that channel? The Finest. Have you ever watched that? And they have like the 15 most whatever.
Yeah.
And it was things that are caught on camera or things you wouldn't have seen if there wasn't a camera or something. And I remember this one part of the video that they did. It was there during the salmon run where the Kodiaks and the big grizzlies and everything are. Cat, seriously, I need a paintball gun. They do limited access to the parts of the park where the bears are, of course, because they don't want a crap ton of people coming in there and fucking everything up, and they don't want people getting eaten by bears. So they tell you to stay at a certain distance. You're allowed in certain areas and whatnot. This guy got special access to go out, and he had his camera set up, and he's out there watching the bears and taking pictures. Now I watched this little section reminded me of the whole video. This guy's sitting there and taking pictures, and he's videoing himself taking the pictures. And you hear this weird noise, like in the background, kind of close to him. And all of a sudden, he looks over with the camera, and there is a big ass grizzly bear sitting right next to him. It wandered up onto the cliff, sat down next to him, and started watching the other bears that were down at the river eating salmon.
I saw that video.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure that man had to go change his pants.
Yeah, I would be too. Holy moly.
I'm pretty sure he had to go change his clothes.
Yeah.
And he did vacate the area. He left the bear alone. He left all his stuff there and slowly walked away. But yeah, can you imagine just sitting there and all of a sudden, boom, there's this giant grizzly bear sitting next to you. And you're kind of like, oh, crap. And hoping that he filled up on salmon. You know
right.
what I mean? I hope you already ate.
And doesn't notice that you're right there.
Right? But he just wandered up like the bear's like, dude, what are you doing? Yeah. What's up, homie? It's like, oh, shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was just sitting there on the hill.
Yep. Because there is that guy that got eaten by bears. Who apparently thought he was more one with nature than he actually was, and then became one with nature because the bears ate his ass, and his camera was rolling while he was killed. Oh, Thomas, do you?
Geez.
Thomas,
Thomas does. I
Yeah,
remember that.
yeah. I mean, he went out there and he was living with the bears, but they're still a wild animal. You have to be so respectful of their territory and their behavior and all of that. And apparently, one of them didn't like him because it ate him.
Yeah,
Congratulations, you are now one with the bear.
you never know when they're gonna turn on you.
Nope.
Um,
Even bears that are supposedly tame and trained can
right.
turn. You know, you
Just
have to
like
be.
the killer whales.
Yep. Yep. Any wild animal. I mean, they can learn a behavior and they can do what you want them to do when they want to. But they are, in the end, they are still a wild animal with an independent mind that will do whatever the fuck they want to. So if what they want coincides with what you want, everything is golden.
Right.
If it does not, you're lunch. You know? That's why a lot of the times in movies that you see, like when they have a lion or a wild cat or something, cats are especially unpredictable. They'll have like a piece of glass or plexiglass or something. They'll have some kind of clear barrier between the actor and the animal. So if the animal suddenly decides to try and eat somebody, it's not going to get the people that it's not supposed to, you know.
Oh wow. I didn't know
Especially when
that.
they have kids, like those movies with kids in the woods and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they always have something between them and the kids.
Huh.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a safety factor. I mean, not when the
That's
kids are
good.
actually touching. If there's a kid that's actually touching a big cat or a wild animal, yeah, there's no protective barrier, and you just have to hope that that animal behaves itself. You know,
Right.
because kids are very vulnerable and they're very breakable. But
Yes.
yeah, I love animals. I really do. And when I was a kid, I loved them so much, and that's why I know a lot about. Well, I know a little bit about a lot of animals, but especially bears because I study them because I love bears. So, I can, which is why when John used to watch that Bush People of Alaska,
Oh yeah, we watched that.
yeah, I'd walk in and I'd sit there for a couple of minutes and I'd look at the show and he'd be like, "It's pretty cool, huh?" I'm like, "Yeah, they're all gonna get eaten by bears." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "They're gonna get eaten by bears. They're not doing what they should be doing. Their food isn't up in a tree." I'm like, "They're lugging around carcasses and just leaving guts and entrails and everything all over their camp. They're gonna get eaten by bears." And he was like, "No," and I'm like, "I guarantee you they will." And sure enough, like the next week, they had a thing where they said that a bear came into their camp and like rampaged through the whole thing. I'm like, "Told you." He was like, "How'd you know that?" I said, "Because I'm smart. That's how." And none of those people were actually from Alaska.
Oh wow.
The Bush people from Alaska were from California.
Oh, I thought they were from Alaska.
Nope. No, there was a big scandal about that because they accepted money from the Alaskan government. You can get paid to move to Alaska. You have to live there for like a year. But the Alaskan government gives you like a bonus on your taxes or something, and it's a
Oh,
pretty significant amount because their population is so sparse in a lot of
right.
places. So they'll pay you to live in Alaska. And these people took the money, but they didn't live there. They did the show there, and they stayed there while they were filming. But their
Oh,
residence on record was California.
interesting.
So
I
that's
didn't
why the
know
show
that.
ended, is because they got busted with fraudulent tax charges and shit.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. I said, "Booyah! Be glad you didn't get eaten by a fucking bear." You know, one of the things I always wanted to do was go to the Alaskan Brown Bear Center,
Uh-huh.
um, and it's a preservation center for bears, and they have cabins there that are up on stilts. I mean, they're up high off the ground. And in watching, like I have them on my Facebook, and in looking at the pictures and videos, none of these cabins have ramps, so I wouldn't be able to go now. But one of the things I wanted to do, you can stay in the cabins, and the bears come right into the area, and they like flip over picnic tables and roll around logs and just do whatever they want to, do as a bear.
Oh
And
my
you get to
God.
watch them up close, and like you can take pictures from your windows and stuff. You're not supposed to go outside when the bears are in the area, but obviously, but yeah, you can get some kick-ass pictures and shit. And to be that close to such an
Yeah.
incredibly magnificent animal, I mean,
Yeah.
was one of the things I wanted to do. I'll never be able to do it now, but it was one of the things I always wanted to do because
Aw.
yeah, Grizzly Adams was my favorite show. One of my favorite shows when I was a kid.
Oh, I loved that show when I was a kid.
Yep, Ben was awesome.
Yes.
And there's a story of a guy who found a bear. He found 2 bear cubs actually. Hey, boo boo, another picnic basket. I'm smarter than the average bear. Yeah, bears are awesome. It started with Yogi Bear. Yes, it did. Okay. But there was a guy that he was an animal trainer actually. He found 2 bear cubs. One of them didn't make it. The other one did, and I believe his name was Brutus. And he's actually in a lot of those bear movies. And they actually had him. He was the best bear at the guy's wedding. And he had pictures up on his Facebook page of the bear sitting at the table at Thanksgiving dinner. Yeah, and the bear was massive. He was like 9 feet tall or something, standing on his back legs. So
Oh my
he was
word.
amazingly huge. But yeah, he was a part of the guy's life. And then when the guy met his girl, the girl had to accept the bear, or yeah, it wasn't happening.
Right? Oh my goodness. Not me.
And because Noki, let's see. Hold on 1 second. Nope, wrong bear. Let's see. Oh, that's why I like Ben from Grizzly Adams so much. He was actually a Kodiak. That's why he was so huge. And Ben the Kodiak Bear, which his actual name was Ben, which makes it easier when you're training. He
filming.
passed away in 1990.
Oh wow.
He died in his sleep during hibernation. That sucks. Now I'm
Aw.
sad. Now I'm sad. But I mean,
Well,
you know,
at least he went peacefully.
yeah. I mean,
I
animals.
guess we think.
Yeah, animals don't live forever, you know.
Right.
Huh. Do you know there was an actual Grizzly Adams? I didn't know that. I thought it was just a TV show. It was actually based on a real person named Grizzly Adams.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And he made pets of several grizzlies and often wrestled with them while training them and in exhibitions. Huh.
Interesting.
Look, I just learned something new. Let's see. Okay. The bear's name in Grizzly Adams, his actual name was Bart.
Oh.
Bart the Bear. Bart the Bear. He's huge, man. Beginning with his role in the life and times of Grizzly Adams while still a cub, he starred in more than 30 films and television titles. Yeah.
Wow.
All those bear attack movies and all that shit. Yep, that was him. See, everybody looks for actors' names. Nobody ever tries to find out the names of the animals. Except apparently me.
I just don't get how they train him to be mean. Like, you know, unless it's not real.
Well,
you know, like they add, I don't know.
You mean like when they roar at people and stuff like that?
Right.
It's a trained behavior that, I mean, it's a natural thing for a bear to do. So you get the bear to do it. If the bear does it spontaneously, you give him a treat, you give him a reward. And then every time he does it, you give him a reward. It teaches him that when he sees the reward, he does the behavior. It's the same way as you train a dog.
Gotcha.
You know, it's
Right.
repetition.
But I would be scared that they would, I don't know. You'd think you'd have a treat in your pocket and he'd maul you to get it.
Yeah, I mean, working with something that large can be very intimidating. Very intimidating.
Yeah, I would never. Oh my God.
But it is. And they usually, with bears, they start when they're cubs. They start when they're younger. They encourage the behavior that could be used in movies. And like, bears love to play. They are forest puppies is what they are.
Yeah.
They love to play. They love to roll things around. Rolling a log or a rock is a natural thing for a bear because they look for ants and bugs underneath it.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you want them to do that in the movie, you put treats underneath it, you know, or you have them roll it. And then when they're done filming, then, you know, you give them the treat and stuff. So it's just a lot of repetition.
Yeah.
It's the same with training any animal on a huger scale. Cats are harder to train. Much harder to train.
I have my cat trained.
Mine are trained
Just
for the
one
most
of
part.
them. Just one of them. He gets fed up higher than the other one because they eat two different foods.
Yeah.
But he was obnoxious and he would dance around my feet while I was trying to get his food ready in the bowl. So I taught him to stay.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
just
Marty, I had to train Marty, and I actually did that by the opposite of rewarding. I see Marty was the cat that attacked everyone. That's John's cat. And she would, I mean, it didn't matter what we did, she would go for Issa with a vengeance, man. She did not like that girl at all. But when we first got her in the house, she would start to bite me, and with my hands and the nerve pain and everything, I can't have teeth on my skin.
right.
So I would withdraw my hand away from her because I'd go to pat her and she'd go to bite me. So I'd pull my hand back. And I'd wait a few minutes and I'd go to pat her again. And if she tried to bite me again, I'd pull my hand away again. So I withheld the affection if she was putting her teeth on me.
Right.
And it took about a week and she stopped biting me. She stopped clawing me. And I mean, now she makes me bleed because she runs across me and she just has her claws out, which is not done intentionally, you know?
Right.
Um, so, but no matter what we did, she went after Issa with, I mean, extreme prejudice after Issa. It was like this cat's mission in life to make Issa bleed.
Aw.
Still, the funniest thing ever was when she bit Issa on the ass.
Right.
That was, oh my God, that was the most. I wish I had gotten that on video. That would have been YouTube gold, let me tell you.
He even comes when I call him.
Well,
The other one, my mom's like, call your cat because we know they're brothers, but the
Yeah.
one is more my familiar and the other one is hers.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Well,
but yeah.
Onyx is definitely my cat. Now, see, Marty, if I grab my grabber, right, because Marty doesn't like the grabber. I tapped her on the butt with it once. I didn't hit her. I tapped her with it once, and she did not like that at all. Okay, so now all I have to do is touch the grabber, and whatever she's doing, she will stop and run away.
Well, that's kind of good.
My cat, yeah, that's why I call it the cat nose stick. My cat, on the other hand, is definitely my cat because I'll grab the grabber and she'll look at me like, what? And I'll like poke her with it and she'll look at the grabber and she'll look at me and go, and she'll just sit there and I'm like, oh, yeah. My cat is a little stubborn. But Marty used to like walk across me and run across me back and forth when I was trying to get their food. And see, what I have to do is I have their food in a bag, in a Ziploc, a big Ziploc, next, in front of me where I can reach it. And their food bowl goes in that when it's not on the floor. So the dog doesn't usually get it.
Right.
And so I'll grab the bag and Marty would immediately be walking back and forth on top of me, making me bleed. And I'm like, ugh, go away. And finally, I just started putting the food back. I put it back down every time she did that. And I'd tell her, get off me. And after about 3 times, she finally like got off me and she went over tomorrow. I finally got her now so that when I go to grab that bowl, she's on the floor. And
Right.
she'll put her front feet up on the bed, but she won't jump up on the bed when I'm trying to put her food down. And she squeaks at me. The cat does not meow correctly. She squeaks. I told John the first time she did it, I was like, your cat's broken. We need to oil her. He's like, what? I was like, come here. And he came in the room and I grabbed the food bowl, the food dish, and she eat. And he's like, what the hell is that? I'm like, your cat. He was like, holy crap. I'm like, yeah, call the Tin Man. We need to borrow his oil can. And that's the cat that has the one bad eye. She's blind in one eye.
Aw.
She's definitely got a chip on her shoulder to prove that one eye does not hinder her in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Because she's a bully. She is. She's a bully. She beats up my cat all the time. My cat will be trying to get away from her, and she'll finally get up on the bed and come over near me because Marty knows that there's no roughhousing around near me. And the dog will regulate this. If the cats try and run across the bed when they're chasing each other, the dog will jump between them and be all blah, 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 blah. And the cats then go in different directions. And I was like, that's right, dog. You regulate those cats.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah. So it's a very organized, disorganized, chaotic life I have with animals. But
Right.
yeah, right now Marty is just like hovering over, like staring at the spot where her food bowl should be.
Aw.
How's that working for you? Still not full, is it? I know it sounds mean, but the cats usually have food. If I'm awake, there's
Oh,
food
no.
in the bowl and it's on the floor, so they can,
Yeah, no, I don't think you're being mean.
Oh my God, you had to go without food for an hour. Are you gonna
I
die?
know, right? That's what I say to my cat.
She's like, you're trying to kill us.
You know, you
Meanwhile,
feed
my
it.
cat's asleep. But she is. Marty is definitely the boss bitch of the cat world in my house because I'll put the food down and Marty will. I mean, Onyx could be hovering over me like, "Hello, I'm hungry. Feed me." I'll put the food down and Marty immediately runs over to it. Onyx will not go eat unless she's really, really hungry. She will not go eat while Marty is at the bowl. And then
Aw.
Marty will get up and she'll walk away like a couple of feet. Onyx will try and move in. Marty will be right back at that bowl, pushing her out of the way and eating again. And it's a dominant thing to tell Onyx that
Yeah.
Marty is alpha, right?
Right.
And she does the same thing with the water. And I'm like, you bully. So the other day, Onyx decided out of the blue just to start fucking with Marty. Marty was up on the box that she sleeps in, on my bookcase, and Onyx comes out of nowhere. I hear like this, and I look over. I'm like, what the hell? And the cats are smacking at each other, but they're hitting the box. So it was like kung fu, you're missing,
Right.
And I'm like, what are you two doing? And the dog is freaking out, like, hey, And it was Onyx being the aggressor, which is very unusual. And I was like, what? Payback's a bitch, huh? Because Marty does this sneak attack thing where Onyx will be sleeping. Marty will walk up and start giving her a bath, like on the back of her head or her neck or whatever.
Right.
And it looks really adorable. This will last for about 30 seconds. And then all of a sudden, Marty will bite her.
I was gonna say chomp.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so when I see that, if she starts doing it, it's like she can't let Onyx sleep. It's like, leave the cat alone. What's wrong with you? So this is why I think Onyx has been sleeping near me, because she knows that I shoo Marty away when she does that. But
Protector.
life with pets. Oh yeah, I am the safety zone.
Yeah.
And you can almost mentally hear Onyx go, what you gonna do now, bitch? It's like I got two backups. I got Mama and I got the dog. What you gonna do? Yeah, Simi has a thing with Marty because Simi will walk past, like if Marty is up on a chair or something, and Simi walks past, Marty will reach down and smack her. Simi doesn't like that, so her and Marty have a thing, but
That's
Onyx is
funny.
funny because she'll try and cuddle with the dog, and the dog will, I'll be sitting here and I'll be watching a movie or I'll be chatting or on my live or whatever, and the dog's over like on my pillow, right? So she's
Right.
out of my peripheral. I can't really see her when I'm looking at my computer. And all of a sudden I'll hear like, what the hell? And I'll look and the cat is trying to cuddle up against the dog. And the dog is looking at me like, get it away from me. Get it away from me. Get it away. And I'm like, what are you doing? And I'll literally try and move the cat away from the dog. And as soon as I get her away, the dog starts to relax. The cat tries going right back. So, and the dog finally gives up and she'll go to sleep and the cat's just laying there. Usually the cat's smart enough to wait until the dog goes to sleep first. I do have pictures of the cat actually laying on the dog. That one was fun. Yeah.
Pets
Like,
are so much fun.
Yeah. So, and they haven't killed each other yet, so we're good.
Right.
They say if nobody's bleeding within the first 5 minutes of introduction, you're good.
Right.
But there are sometimes I have to break up the little arguments between Onyx and Marty because when I start seeing tufts of hair flying, I'm like, nope, you're done. Oh, did you spot another bug you're going to ignore? Yep, she did. Probably the same one she let go earlier. Yep, just sit there pretty and look at it. That'll work. Cat needs to earn her keep. I'm telling you. Wow, I've been on 5 hours. See what happens when I get paid StreamYard? It's crazy. And there's still 6 people here. I'm amazed. Might not be the same 6, but there's still 6 people watching. Boom. I know I lost a lot of people talking about pets. Sorry. My channel, we love our pets. Deal with it. Neener, neener, neener. Could talk about solder some more. TG, yep, you're still here. Toilet water's still in the house. Woohoo! Woot woot.
Sorry.
That's okay. So that's what I did today. Is I tried not to puke, and I did clean off my copper pieces. I got all the leftover fire scale off them with my citrus cleaner, which is really cool because it smells citrusy and it's actually good for your skin. Hey Thomas, I'm glad you're still here. And it's
Dang it.
it's biodegradable. It's environmentally sound, so it's a good thing.
Oh, that orange stuff?
Well, I have it's Penny Bright.
Oh, okay.
Penny Bright is the stuff, and then my pickle is citrus.
Gotcha.
So it's more environmentally safe. You just have to neutralize the metals with when if you go to dump it, you have to neutralize it with baking soda, and then it's fine to put down the drain. As opposed to the acid stuff, which you technically have to put in a container and then take to a disposable area, which I can't do. And yeah, she's still got her cough, Thomas. She's still sick, so every once in a while it gets her.
Oh yeah, I'm okay, Thomas. Thank you.
And I don't want you, giggle girl. I don't want you to feel guilted. My pickle is citrus. Hi, Robin. I don't want you to feel pressured into doing your videos and going dumpster diving until you feel up to it. I know you did it the other day, and I know it took some out of you. So I wanted you to make sure you're up to par before you, especially in this weather.
Yeah, you know? I am. Like I was gonna try to go tonight, but I don't feel good, so I'm not going.
Well, you can't because you're on my live. You're busy.
Yeah, I know.
Ain't go dumpster diving. I'm on Kodi's live. Yeah, I know somebody had mentioned earlier today that they were FOMOing for your videos and stuff, but seriously, people can wait. I know it's your income too, and it's affecting your algorithm and all that, but
yeah, it's really screwing everything up.
It's not going to do you any good if you're down and out completely. You know what I mean? So
right. No, you're right.
Yeah. We love you.
Believe me, do you think that I would be taking 2 months off of YouTube if I didn't have to?
Yeah, I know.
There's no way I would have ever not uploaded every week, at least if I wasn't able to.
Robin, did you see my initial piece that I finally got to solder together?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Robin.
She wants to know if you tried Mucinex D.
I have not, but I do have some.
You should try it.
I think I have some still from the dumpster.
Dumpster meds. Woohoo.
Yeah. I'll try that, Robin. Thank you. Oh, I know what I was going to ask you. I've been trying to collect the Tylenol for you. Is the Tylenol it's for migraines? It's got acetaminophen and the caffeine. Is that? Do you want that too?
Absolutely. I'll take anything as long as I'm not supposed to take NSAIDs
right, like ibuprofen and Elite
things like that. But the thing is that I haven't been able to get my medications that I'm not supposed to take those with.
Right.
So technically, I could take anything right now because I don't have my other meds.
Right.
So, but usually, I try and stick to the Tylenol because it's
yeah. What about Excedrin? Because that's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know, but my mom got me a Lee, but I'm not dead, so you know.
Right. Well, no, I have a bunch of Tylenol, but I didn't know if I found a couple of bottles of the migraine stuff, and I didn't know if it's not
migraine. The migraine stuff actually helps with my mouth pain because of my teeth. Oh, okay. Robin said she needs ibuprofen. She goes through it like candy, and she needs candy too.
Oh, okay. I got some ibuprofen.
I love you, Robin.
It might take a little bit to get there, though. I'm slowly, like you see, Victoria got something finally.
Yeah,
and I got to mail out Larry's tomorrow.
And thanks so much for that, Kathy. By the way, sending Victoria
the Minions.
The banana poops. Yeah.
I
thanks.
know. I'm sorry.
You should not encourage her addiction. Toilet water. You get much better candy in the UK than we do here. All right. Robin, did you see the thing that I finally was able to solder together? I finally got something soldered. I did.
Wait.
I'll show you. I never know when Robin is lurking, so I don't know if she already saw it.
I don't know. They make Victoria happy. That's why I got them for her.
Yeah, I know they do.
I was grinning from ear to ear while she was opening them because I was happy to see her happy.
Yeah. Ah, why did that just disappear? That should not have disappeared. There we go. Yep. It's a copper bird, and it's soldered to a copper circle, and it says SCB on it. Yep. And I still have to put a little bezel cup and I'm putting a black agate, a little 4mm black agate for an eye. So yeah. So that is the very first piece that I have soldered since being back behind my torch, and it's going to Susanna.
Uh-oh. I didn't get the notification yet, Wes. I forgot that auction is on.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, I've been live for. Thank you, Robin.
5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours and 15 minutes I've been live. Of course, part of that I wasn't here. I pulled a Larry.
I know, right? Well, I was getting kind of worried. I thought, gosh, did she fall or something? Or I don't know.
No.
That's why I texted. You probably haven't seen it. I texted you and said, "Are you okay?"
When I got out there, there was a card in my door. My neighbor Donnie had brought my mail up because he took my trash can out to the curb, so he grabbed my mail while he was there. And my card from Larry was in there, so he brought it up to the house. And then I called to him and asked him if he could go to the store for me. And he's like, I just got here. And I'm like, well, how am I supposed to know that? I'm in my room. I can't see you from my room, you know? And then I asked him if Luke was home because I saw Luke's car, but they've got like 3 vehicles over there. So he could have been in any of them gone, you know? He goes, I think so. He goes, I'll go check. I'm like, because I still have that thing from my mom that I have to give him. So he went and got Luke. And then I asked him while he was walking over with Luke if he wanted me to see if somebody else could go to the store because I had not realized he had just gotten home. And I guess because I said it in front of Luke, he was like, well, I'll go for you this time. And I'm like, oh. And then it took him 45 minutes to go to the store. Luke stayed and talked to me, which was nice. Actual human interaction with a real person. That was in person was kind of cool.
Right.
And I asked him, I said, have you ever noticed it takes Donnie a really long time to go to the store? He goes, yeah, well, he likes to talk. I'm like, I don't know anybody like that. So Luke just made his escape, and and Donnie showed back up. So, but yeah, it took him like 45 minutes. So,
oh my goodness,
yeah,
it was all right.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I don't know. The bird just said Susanna to me, you know, and she told me that she likes copper. So I was like, okay, well, the bird is a Susanna thing for me, and the black agate is grounding and protection. So. Yep, as soon as I'm able to get that finished and have the money to ship it, I'm going to ship it to Susanna.
I just got the low battery sign.
Uh-oh.
I got
Not good.
20%.
All right, well, I am going to end this because I didn't realize Susanna was on.
Yeah, I didn't either. I just got the notification a minute ago.
Yeah. So thank you, Wes. I appreciate that. I was actually not meaning to be on this long.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. It's me. I could have ended it whenever, you know.
That's true.
But once I had Pepsi in my system and had, you know, cigarettes, I was good. Yeah, and Robin, my vape stopped working very well and I was going nuts. So I have cigarettes now. Which you're right. I remember Robin saying that the other night, last night, I think, she was talking about how she hadn't smoked in so long and then she smoked a cigarette and it tasted nasty. Yeah, I understand what you mean now because they do not. not nasty per se, because it hasn't been that long, but they're definitely different. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Definitely
It
different.
does.
So hopefully by the time I'm able to get some, I need a better vape than these little pens, which I fully appreciate. Papa J sent me these and they did the job for what I needed them to do, but the draw on them, they're clogging up.
They get clogged
So,
up easily.
and with my loose bottom teeth, trying to draw on these things that hard, it hurts. It's painful. So
Yeah.
I'm not getting a good draw on it, which is frustrating me. And so, yeah. I'm not giving up on the vape thing though. I do want to instead of cigarettes because it is a lot cheaper. So, but I'm going to end this and I hope everybody has an awesome night. And Kathy, thank you for coming up and giggling at me.
Thank you for having me.
You're always
Thank you,
welcome.
Thomas.
And I will talk to
All
all
right,
of you
y'all.
guys soon. I'm
See
sure.
y'all at Susanna's, maybe.
Yeah. I'm going to pop in there. I'll probably eat my chips while I'm watching her auction.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my soup.
Have a good night, everybody. Love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.